Right.
Sorry.
All right, you're unmuted. Solly's already recording. Luna, if you're sitting there, can you just enlarge the screen? It's just a green button and then all the way to the left. Enlarge the screen, and also if anything comes up in the chat or in the cans, can you just like call my attention? Yeah, I appreciate it. All right, there's a order here, so they can be careful with that.
The return of
Hello? Did y'all double check?
It is mentioned,
It is mentioned. Like it's on them?
but all it says,
I a reflection of 5,000, but I forgot that I was supposed to have.
Forgot?
The fullness.
leave us to Dan.
It's a assignment.
I'm sure. Fine.
So I had to not only watch. And at the same time.
All right. Hope
I think it's-
everybody is
It's
having,
probably fine, it's not specific enough.
all right, please, I'm trying to call attention. Hope everybody's having a nice day despite the rain. I know tomorrow's gonna be stormy, so please take care of yourselves. Take extra time to walk to class so we avoid slipping. As roads can get dangerous. So this meeting is being called to order at 6:34 PM in the Flying A room by Chair Vice President Pinto, myself. Before we begin, we call for students to acknowledge that the lands of the University of California locations were built upon, were expropriated, and founded upon exclusions and erasures of indigenous peoples' human rights throughout California. UCSB is built on Chumash land, specifically that of the non-federally recognized Barbareño tribe. As an association that pushes the student body's voices to the forefront, we should aim to make strides past just acknowledgement to those who continue to fight for their right to be recognized and respected as the original stewards of this land. I ask you all to dedicate time and care to personal education and to advocate for justice alongside Indigenous peoples. Thank you. We're now going into roll call. Senator Gerson, Senator Butler, Senator Lankarani, Senator Iden,
Present.
Senator Alala,
Present.
Senator Kada,
Present.
Senator Suk, Senator Corlew, Senator Corsandi, Senator Yu, Senator McClintock.
Present.
Thank you. Senator Martinez, Senator Wang, Senator Havas,
Present.
period. Senator Brennerson,
Present.
Senator Wahidullah, Senator Amin, Senator Siddiqui,
Present.
Senator El-Khatib,
Present.
Senator Ganesh, Senator Singh, Senator Ola Oitan, Senator Mohan. Oh, thank you. Senator Chaudhry, did I say that correctly? Thank you. Senator Dali, Senator Balderrama. All right. We are now in excused absences. Senator Butler?
Motion to excuse Senator Siddiqui after 9 PM.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Siddiqui after 9 PM. Do we have a second? Senator Kada?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kada. We are now in discussion. Senator Wang? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes. Senator Martinez?
Motion to excuse Senator Lankarani after 10 PM.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Lankarani after 10 PM. Do we have a second, Senator Wang? Seconded by Senator Wang. We are now in discussion. Senator Corsetti? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Gerson?
Motion to excuse Senator Corsandi after 9:30 PM.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Corsetti after 9 PM. Do we have a second?
9:30.
9:30? Do we have a second? Senator Lankarani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We are now in discussion. Senator Lala? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Iden?
Motion to excuse Senator Brennerson at 8:30.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator.
9:30, sorry.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Brennerson at 9:30. Do we have a second? Senator Kada?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kada. We are now in discussion. Senator Lankarani? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. Are we done excusing people? All right, period. Now moving into acceptance of proxies. Senator Iden?
Motion to accept Caleb Claro for Senator Dan Siddiqui after 9 p.m.
There's been a motion there's been a motion to accept, Caleb Claro as Senator Siddiqui's proxy after 9 p.m. Do we have a second, Senator Wang? Seconded by Senator Wang, you're now discussion. Oh, Senator Kada?
Call to question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. Also, just to the audience, we have public forum list right here. Want to make that very clear. Anything else, y'all? All right, I'm gonna take that as a sign to move on. Cool. We are now going into public forum. Senator Iden, can you grab that list for me? Thank you. I'm so many chickens. Somebody told me somebody's supposed to pick up the phone. No, no. Oh, Henry, you said somebody from Cosgrove was supposed to be coming from public forum. Oh, they're here. Waiting outside. All right, great. You know what? I'll move first and, all right. So first on our public forum list is Abby Coleman. Alrighty.
I got permission from the chair to be doing my VCU during this public forum. Is that all right?
I mean, I'll accept it.
Sorry, I don't know if it was that loud, like allowed to say.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's completely true. Just give me a second. Just by chance, will your VC report be longer than 2 minutes and 30 seconds?
No, I can make it shorter than that. Or I can make it 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
How long do you think it'll be?
Maybe 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay, period. I'll accept it. Okay, so you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate both refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in 3 strikes. 3 strikes and you will be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a constant warning if it'll be graphic. You may only come up once to make sure to answer questions. You agree?
I agree.
All right. You have fun.
My name is Abby Coleman. I am the Chief Operations Officer for the Strategic Operations Office. It's good to see you guys all again. I will be giving an update on what our office has been doing this quarter and for the rest of the quarter. As you guys know, a main priority for our office is the strategic vision plan. So I won't go through all of that detail. If you want any of that detail, you can look at the Senate minutes from last week, and there's a big proposal and the proposals from all the different proposal firms. Other than that, we've been working on our iPads for Equity program, that is through the Basic Needs Text program. It's been really successful. If you guys aren't familiar, there's 200 iPads that we were able to get with AS money, for students that are not able to, get specific technology that they may need for their different classes. There are some broken pieces, as we have been encountering in the past. And so what we are doing is like doing a batch order at the end of each year, to just kind of get those back to fruition or back to usage, I guess. We also have been in the Tech Equity Coalition, which has been with Basic Needs Tech and other tech people within the campus, like Makerspace. And they're also, this is also something to say, they're looking for a tech grant for Wi-Fi because it has been exhausted from the COVID-19 grant. And so now students don't have any access or any grants to access for Wi-Fi that they may need in their housing. The strategic vision plan, thank you all for your questions last week. And so we are going to move forward with Fredo, which is super exciting, the consulting firm, and we will be sending emails to the Strategic Vision Planning Committee later this week or this weekend to start those meetings. We're also starting to plan some background work, what the surveys will look like, focus groups, adding Kratos Gateway, a lot of that stuff. And then, for the mural, we're doing a mural on campus, which will be really exciting. Yeah, it's a collaboration with mental health peers, so we're really excited about that. Right now, we're just picking the best artists. We've been reaching out to different individuals and like local organizations in Vista and here on campus. And so that's gone really well so far. We have a really cool idea and a really cool artist that we've been in contact with.
All right, that is time. Senator Kawani,
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes.
there's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes. Do we have a second, Senator Lala?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lala. We are now in discussion. Senator Gerson?
Hold the question.
Question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. You have 3 more minutes.
Thank you, guys. I don't, basically, that is it. We're just picking the best artist and we're excited to see where this goes. We're just checking off the checklist for the different ways to get a mural on campus and slowly, getting that done. It does take a little bit of time, so that is it. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Yeah, guys.
All right, thank you. Senator Wayne?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. You mentioned that sometimes iPads get broken, and I really appreciate everything you do. I think that your iPad initiative is so important. That being said, violent tech can be like, has been technical concerns sometimes, so I was wondering if you guys could refer to interface.
Yeah, we haven't actually had to buy any new iPads. That's a good point that I did not make. It's only been different accessories such as the charger for the stylus has been one of the major pieces that have been lost or kind of broken. In those on Amazon, you can basically buy like 10 a pack for a few bucks. So it hasn't been super financially draining or anything like that. But yeah, we've had a lot of success and these students really care about these iPads, so it's been great. Thank you for your question.
Any further questions? Oh, Senator Singh?
Yeah. Please feel free to come to the finance committee. Have any extra funds?
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Anderson.
I would also like to recognize Senator Amin's presence at 6:44. Senator Eden?
Can I make a motion to excuse Senator Yu?
Yeah.
All right, motion to excuse Senator Yu.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Yu. Do we have a second, Senator Kadal?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kadal. We are now in discussion. Senator Ganesh? Question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. And now we are moving back into public forum. All right. Thanks so much, Abby. Osenu? All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes and you'll be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning to be graphic. You may only come up once in which 2 sentences, not answer questions. Do you agree? Okay, period. You have 2.5 minutes.
I'll probably need 5, by the way.
All right, would anyone like to motion to extend the speaker's time, Senator Kadal?
Motion to extend the speaker's time to 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend the speaker's time to 5 minutes. Do we have a second, Senator Wang?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Wang. We are now in discussion. Senator Iden?
Call the question.
Question has been called, sorry. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. The speaker now has 5 minutes. You have the floor.
I'm gonna start with the winter special election that you guys voted on. I am campaigning with CMU, Creative Media Unit. Chelsea, she is doing the assistance with like recording and posting reels and whatnot. Because we didn't have any on our Senate account. I know, but we have to like use. So we're gonna do skits. I think that's like a good start, but we're going to be doing interviews with Dan and Reed and Iman possibly. And possibly Ivy Lee if she wants.
They, my pronouns are they done.
Oh, good. And we want to just like introduce the constitutional amendments that students are gonna be voting for. I think it's really important. And the media unit agrees, they didn't understand like the way it works overall, so I had to like explain it to them, we went to meetings and we talked about ways to engage students. So the skips are what we came up with, interviews, and hopefully we can get 5,000 voters. Um. Yeah, I'm working with election board, the vice chair Ruby has given me some media to post on the same day. And. Yeah, we're gonna collaborate with a bunch of. I talked to UCSB Live, they're gonna, help us with collaboration. And, yeah, is anyone campaigning? Is anyone like gonna raise awareness about this?
Hmm.
And voting.
You can keep going.
Well, I went, are they? Do they?
Questions is after,
Okay.
yeah.
I expect not, but. Oh, okay, now the Instagram, the UCSB Instagram. Yeah, there was some difficult people to work with. I made this really big proposal for them. So I was speaking with Emily Savage, the social media manager, and I was speaking with Chief Marketing Officer Alex Braga. And they were just telling me like, oh, we have a balanced like way to distribute information with alumni and parents and students. And they're like, we don't want to flood it with students because we might shy away from a parent and alumni. And I was like, that's stupid. And then I was telling them like, this is like kind of redundant because you don't even post a lot anymore. I asked them a bunch of questions. I said, yo. So they didn't post Lunar New Year's, and I know there's an event in MCC. And I was looking at other UC accounts and I was like, they posted it in that day and they had events and they really like showed it. And I was like, how come you guys did it? And he was like, oh, it's just too difficult to balance like campus events and whatnot. I was like, well, it's kind of on the calendar, so it's like already on our schedule anyway, like you can see it on Google Maps. I mean, Google Calendar. And he just came with a bunch of live speakers. Basically, what I told them was like, oh, I asked them if they have any DEI initiatives and whatnot, like, you know, just like be DEI during this term. And they said they do. And I was telling them I disagree with them, and I think that what they do is kind of lackluster. Lots of other UCs do a lot more. During BSU, we have three BSU real for I mean not BSU, Black History Month, sorry. I want to collaborate with BSU with that. But Black History Month post. And other colleges have like 6 by now. It's like it's February 12th and they have a bunch of like different collaborations with the campus. And they were just telling me, oh, we have 3, so we do care. And I said, can we collaborate with UCSB Live because they do a lot of Black initiatives? And I was showing them that, and they were like, oh, maybe it depends. We see them once a month, and I was like, okay, I'll just do it myself. I asked them why they don't collaborate with AS. They said because they said.
You're out of time. Okay, I said I wait what? Motion to expend,
Yeah.
there's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 4 minutes. Do we have a second, Senator Lankarani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We are now in discussion. Senator Ganesh, question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. You now have 3 more minutes.
4.
4 more minutes.
Okay, so basically they said, oh, we only do it once a year, yeah, they only do it once a year with orientation. And like the first, 0 week, and like that's it, like there's no other like events that they show. And they were like, yeah, we don't really get in touch with them about much, and they kind of would break the flow of like our student parent alumni thing. And I was like, I don't think it does that. And basically, oh, they'll take it. I was like, come on. So. They're just like so different from AS. So I was giving them tips, I was like, hey, like, you can connect with AS, you can get like, you know. A post or highlights by AS, they're like, oh, maybe, and they look like it in the. So I'm just gonna talk to them later about that. I know AS has this new website, Marisa was showing me, and, the events.e50.edu. I told her about that and how they could like promote that a lot more on their account, because they will, you know, get events out of the students. And they kind of, I don't know, like, do, I'm gonna keep emailing them just to keep up with them. And, basically, they've been really difficult to speak with. So regarding the interviews and putting it on UCSB, they were like really distant about it, and they wouldn't like, you know, complete the answer, like, what did you want to do with this? And like, how do you want to do it? Because I just want to have them like be the collaborator and, you know, we get views on it. It's gonna go, but I don't really understand what's so difficult about this like whole ordeal. So I'm gonna be emailing them and I'll be trying to connect with AS so we can get 5,000 votes in 2 weeks after the time. And then.
All right, thank you. Are you open to questions? All right. Senator Siddiqui?
I'm just curious, how many weeks continuously would you say you've been working on preparing for the election?
2. Yeah, 2. Yeah. Want me to explain like how?
Yeah, I mean, just like, I don't know, like talk to us about the labor you did, how many hours per week, I'm just curious.
Our meeting was, our meeting was like 2 hours, an hour and a half, too long, we had to talk a lot about like how to campaign. The meeting with the social media manager. I wouldn't really call this working, but I would go visit their office because she wasn't responding to me, and I did it like 3 days in a row. And she finally messaged me on Monday, like, oh, can we talk? And I was like, well, I didn't answer me before, but yeah, I wouldn't say that was time, but that was like wasting my time. I've been doing media, all the proposal took probably like 3-4 hours. I was working on it just on one night, but they didn't give me a lot of time to work on it. I met with Office of DEI. I want to connect them with MCC, and you know, they do the same thing, they just don't invite each other. I want to meet with them to talk about this too. And that was like an hour, yeah, that was an hour conversation. I forgot the question, but I think I'm gonna just say I worked like 6-7 hours each week.
I would, as your supervisor, I would say it's accurate to say you worked around like
Oh, wait.
10 to
here,
15
here.
hours. Yeah,
Yeah.
you've worked at least 10 to 15 hours on
11,
this.
I would say 11, 12, but.
It's because we also had our meeting and then we also have our staff meetings,
Oh,
which we also talk about that. So that adds on another at least 3 to 4 hours.
yeah.
Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah.
Like 30.
All right. Do you have any more questions? All right, I will press y'all to repost. Oh, okay. Senator Henderson?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for your work. Thanks for coming. Thanks for always being present and especially being so persistent. I think that's seems to be the issue here is that, you know, we have such a small social media following, so you really have to like beg and plead for clout. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
And I'll be sure to repost everything you do, and if you need any help getting the word out.
Yeah, I'm gonna be not handing out flyers, posting flyers about this election. I'm gonna need help with that, I'll just tell you. Yeah, I wouldn't even call it begging, we were arguing, like, for real, we were on the Zoom call, like, arguing with each other, trying to understand each other. I understood them. they just refused to
Yeah.
be wrong, and I was
Yeah.
like, you guys are being ridiculous.
Yeah.
That was actually, I told them it was nice, but that was actually the most annoying, meeting ever. That's the thing I don't do, but thanks.
Senator Singh,
Yeah, thank you for coming, thank you for all the work you do. The finance committee changed our name last year and we still haven't updated our logos. I would really like some help updating our logos. If you don't need to put me in contact with, if you'd like the office.
Yeah. Last CMU, and we can make a meeting.
do we have any further questions? On Zoom, do we have any further questions? LBC,
Lily.
oh, Senator.
No
Senator
questions.
Lightcon. Oh, wait, sorry, that was Senator Havas. Senator, up to you.
Oh, I'm just. I think
Oh, okay, period, thank you. All right. No more questions? All right, thank you. All right, next on our list is Fiona Hosmer Hughes. Hello, if you want to just adjust the microphone a little bit. Thank you, ex-parliamentarian John. Yeah. Thank you, Judicial Council Member Shaw. Is it Justice Milano?
That's a nice vote.
Okay, all right. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes may be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it'll be graphic. You may only tell us once. You may choose to not answer questions. Do you agree?
Yes.
All right, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fiona. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm here to talk to you guys about the case of the meeting between the Council of Being and Public and Mental Health Commission. This is for the Mental Health First Aid Project. We've been working on for over a year now. It is a program that's designed under the National Council of Wellbeing that teaches students how to recognize early signs and symptoms of an individual in a mental health crisis situation. It's a program that I'm super passionate about, and this subcommittee would make it so that Pasadena and I can put this project together to have a little bit more help when we're really publicizing this, and also to get like just more people involved in the project. Yeah, we have different roles and responsibilities, including logistics and operations coordinator. And we have 2 facilitators. For this year, that would be me, myself, and Cassie Wood. But for next year, it would be separate because I would also be acting as the chair of the committee. But for next year, we're going to hire it separate. And those would be the individuals who are paid for the committee. Everyone else would be doing this, but I don't trust or yeah, just because of the project. Then we have events coordinators who help run events and also just get people involved and getting the word out about the project.
Thank you. Senator Ganesh. Oh, sorry. Will you be taking questions? Okay. Senator Ganesh.
We can expand on how a subcommittee will help you further this. Yeah, that your current structure model. Absolutely. So currently the project I'm working on, as well as like I said, Cassie Miller. Cassie Miller used to be chair of the Public and Mental Health Commission, and it's a project we're both really passionate about. But it was really just us 2 who are working with like Jerry Tran, Director of Residential Life, and like some other individuals in like health and wellness. But they're doing it. They're working on the project out of like sheer interest. with these positions, with this committee, help us to just get the word out more and like, and help ease the burden a little bit. Because we're definitely with our other duties from our legal code, we like quite a lot, especially the publicity.
Sorry, Senator Ganesh?
Well, I know the two chairs are coming from Cosmo and PNIC, but the additional 5 positions, are you looking to hire fresh?
Yes, except for, because I'm graduating next year, so I would be like, you would be fresh after that, but for the rest of my time for ECD, I would be a facilitator as well, because the facilitator roles, like, 2K, which was like quite an investment, and I think that's why I invested in myself, as Cassie being trained, and I think that's like, kind of, we want to like spread it out, so that the next people who are coming in will be like fresh hires, but it would be after I like.
Senator Ganesh?
I'm using 2K. How 2K is like 1,000.
First time for
Yes, Senator Ganesh.
is that on the radio you're talking about? That, you know, or like the budget that they're already.
That was the amount that it takes to get an instructor trained through the National Council of Wellbeing. And the National Council of Wellbeing gave us a certificate of trained or like having been trained, and then QHC funded CAS training. And that's why it's very big investment.
Senator Brennerson?
Yeah, thanks for coming. This seems like a really interesting, helpful initiative. Yeah, I,
All right, we're out of time, but you can finish your question.
oh yeah, I'd love to vote yes on this, but, how do you plan on these, people that are getting trained to be accessible to, IB and students at large? Are they gonna have an office? Is there some space, or is it all on Zoom, or how do they?
So we've done in-person and on Zoom trainings. Trainings are 1 day long. So any student can sign up to the class, because Cosmo PhD cover the trainings. You come in from like 9 to 3, to give you the training, and then you have that certificate. So it's very accessible to anyone. We usually host on a Saturday or Sunday so that more students can get trained. Each class is about 30 people. We do about 2 trainings each quarter. So we're actually reaching quite a few people. We've moved primarily virtually because we found that we had a higher number of people who are actually coming to the classes, to sign up to come to the classes. And then, yeah, so it's just like a day long training. And then they have the certificate for 3 years.
All right, thank you so much. Is there anybody in the crowd that did not get the chance to sign on the form, but would like to speak for public forum? Yes.
So me and Vice Chair Jackson, we are here to speak about pending injunction to the Judicial Council. We can't really speak about this have release of session. So would it be possible to circle back to public forum after we release that session? So me and Harry can ask a question from senators.
You're gonna be sitting here for a while. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
All right, Senator Siddiqui?
Wait, I just want to gain clarity. So you said the council's gonna make a decision during this meeting?
I guess so.
And then you're gonna speak to it?
That is my understanding.
We have met and deliberate state on the case, but we are just having some last minute communication with our advisor. So after that's finished, it should be released. And then me and Harry should answer any question you may have.
Got it. Thank you.
Sounds good.
We'll be moving out of public forum. And now moving into.
Yeah.
All right, and now moving into new business. The first being a resolution to bring college football back to UC Santa Barbara. A resolution brought forward by Senator Siddiqui and co-authored by Senator Cadell. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Permission to approach the podium?
Oh, yeah, sure. And what if I said no? And
What if-
then, what if I said no to play football?
In April.
I need that air. I need that air hat. It's just a magic city, my jacket.
I've never tried it.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like.
All right,
Unmatched leverage.
we are now in a resolution to bring college football back to UC Santa Barbara. Senator Siddiqui,
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, it's been a tense weekend to say the least. I hope this can brighten the mood a little bit. This is something really fun that has been kind of a pet project of mine for the past few weeks. It honestly just started with me having a conversation with someone I know who goes to the Santa Barbara Community College and talking about how they literally have a football stadium there. And I'm pretty sure they have a football team, and we have way more money than them, way more resources than them, and we don't have them. And so I kind of went down this rabbit hole of researching, you know, the history of football at UCSB and where it started. And there's some really cool history behind it. In the resolution, it mentions, you know, Vince Lombardi, for anyone who's not familiar with the NFL, he's like probably one of the greatest coaches of all time after Belichick, led the Packers to win the first Super Bowl in the history of the NFL. Before that, they literally practiced on Harder Stadium on our campus before going out and winning that game. So there's a lot of cool history behind having a football team at UC Santa Barbara. We also talk a lot about, specifically with the future of UC Santa Barbara, us having a new chancellor next year is very significant in terms of having a different CEO at the helm to direct, you know, the direction of campus across all the different divisions. So that's going to have a huge impact on how the university runs next year. And a lot of therefore really just focus on how the next executives could utilize the tools in their arsenal to actually make this happen. I've done a lot of research, obviously, into, you know, examining the link code of AS, and I think also, you know, my participation in the Chancellor Search Committee for these past few months really given me insight on how the functions of the university work in terms of collecting money for the endowment, your alumni donations, and working with administrators across different departments and other things like that. But in short, this is a very comprehensive and full proposal to bring a football team, Division I, hopefully back to UC Santa Barbara. I honestly think if there's a time to do it, it would be next year. With having a new chancellor at the reins, you know, Chancellor Yang was the longest reigning UC chancellor ever. He's been here for 30 years. That's all, and I defer to the secretary.
Yeah, so I don't think I can add much more than what the first has, but I think just establishing a football team is something that students have been pushing for, or like reestablishing it ever since it was disbanded, I guess, in 1991. And I just like football is where a lot of new students football games is where a lot of new students find their connection to the school. It's where a lot of alumni come to fundraising events for football. And while it is like a financial burden to go and reestablish this team, it's also proven to be very financially beneficial to go and have a football team. As I forgot their name, like Temple College, when they won a bowl, went and got $38 million worth of exposure. And that's something that many colleges have said they could never afford to go and have that type of exposure. Their enrollment went up by 30%. And I just think as like a pretty universal, like university name, it's kind of strange that we don't have a college team or a college football team, considering how much of a staple it is to the American college experience. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about it.
all right, thank you. Do we have any immediate questions? Or do you have any questions? I mean, we are now in discussion, I'm sorry. Senator Brinson?
Yeah, I got a few questions, I guess. How plausible, possible do you think this is? How, like, is this something the administration is thinking about? Is this in the minds of the people who need to, who it needs to be in the minds of? Second, how do you think this will like change the school, if it will? And then last, like, how many soccer games have you been to?
Yeah, so to answer your first question, I will tell you my estimate right now is that there are no thoughts on campus leadership because we're in the middle of a chancellor search. And that person has tremendous influence and authority on campus, extending to vice chancellor, Pierce, and all the other vice chancellor's departments. We're also going to be creating the 2025 long-range development plan. Starting this year, we have a new chancellor. For context, that's like a 15-year plan that the league lays out. The strategic roadmaps of campus, it's only done every 15 years. So we're in a unique time where we're getting a new chancellor, we're getting a new president of the University of California, and we're creating a new strategic plan for the next 15 years. So to answer your question about plausibility, right now, in my opinion, because we're getting a new chancellor and because we are about to create the LRDP, it's a blank canvas in terms of what's in the minds of administrators. And I think if you get the ball rolling from now, if you get UCSB Board of Trustees members who are former alumni here, and you get a big push for this now, over the next few months while we select a new chancellor, I believe it is the best chance to make it happen. To answer your question about soccer, I kind of like the soccer games. I think they're pretty fun. But I'll tell you, if there were football games, I'd probably go to way more.
Senator Lala?
I mean, major projects and ambition is good. It's a very good thing. I'm just wondering. You've obviously got to reflect on which ones to pursue and which ones not. So in that strain, I'm thinking, I have two questions. The first is why was the team disbanded in the first place? And secondly, as soon as I read this early in the week, I went and spoke with friends of mine who are in athletics. And from what I've gathered from them, UCSB athletics is maybe the most independent, but not necessarily in a good way, department in the sense that there's very little sway that other aspects of campus have on them. They sort of make their own decisions strictly. But the most important thing that I heard was the issues that folks on other teams feel with constant underfunding, underappreciation of their sports, lack of attention to them, things of that nature. And I can't help but wonder whether this kind of push and using this, a very smart way of approaching it, of the new dynamics that will be at play with a new chancellor, with a new system-wide president. Wouldn't all these resources be put to better use by better equipping, better funding, better supporting, and better appreciating the teams that are already here and have been making us proud, as opposed to starting something that who knows how successful it'll be in the near to medium-term future?
Yeah, so you talk about funding. UC Santa Barbara is uniquely impacted by struggles due to not having a law school, due to not having a medical school, due to not having any sort of professional school. Throughout the resolution, one of the main sticking points that's mentioned is that bringing a football team, specifically UC Santa Barbara, specifically Idaho State, would be a huge revenue generator for campus. We can't fund these other underfunded and underutilized teams if we don't improve our budget and find creative ways to attract new revenue. And going back to your point about the athletic department being super independent, I think that dynamic may remain when we have a new chancellor, but once there's a change. I think the larger point I'm making here is that we have a blank canvas. We should be ambitious in terms of the funding of other programs and other athletics. I absolutely do think they need to be funded. They need more resources. But in order to do that, there needs to be a solid, tangible plan to do things that will bring in revenue to campus. And I would say this is an example.
Senator Crescendia?
Okay, I have also a couple questions. Number one, what's the plan to fund the football team when like it's established? Number two, you mentioned speaking to alumni. Have you spoken to them yet? Well, I also would love to help. And number three, when is the new chancellor, like when are you planning on selecting and finalizing the new chancellor?
So for number three, I've had enough fights with admin for 1 week. I'm not gonna say anything to the committee. For your first question about funding it, I think it's covered a lot in the recital clauses. Specifically, there's different types of expenses we need to cover, and this is obviously a very non-comprehensive plan to fund it because it's still just an idea. But the initial onset cost for renovations to Harder Stadium would likely need to come from an investor, which would be the new chancellor's job, to bring in money from donors and investors. In terms of funding the maintenance cost of the program, in 1985, when we brought a Division II or Division III football team back, the UC Santa Barbara that was funded through an Associated Students block. I don't know how to fund the entirety of the program, but I know it's funded a significant part of it. So in the resolution, that we could propose a lock-in fee for the spring of 2026 next year to fund miscellaneous costs.
Senator Reed?
I have a question.
The second question about alumni.
Right, okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
Senator Chris Andrews?
Yes, very, very brief conversations, like through email. I'm planning on setting up a call first, but I can let you know about how like the next week.
Senator Reed?
Overall, I think that was really creative. I was something that I was proud of, so I commend you both for that. My issue is only adding walking fees for students. That will always be an issue that I have. I will never be pro adding any money to any student ever. So if I know this is a resolution, so it's not 100%, but also if we can find a way to make this happen, I don't want it to come down to walking fees from students. Other than that, you have my support.
Okay, I don't know if that was a question, but
It's not a question.
okay, to answer you. Yeah, I mean, I think like lock-in fees, obviously, I've said it a million times, I think we pay way too much. If there's a way to fund it without charging students, then like, obviously we should do that. Problem is, it's kind of hard to do that. So unless we find the money to do it, I think the thing with lock-in fees is that, they have to be quality. You know, there are a lot of lock-in fees that we pay that provide great services. The food bank, for example, is a lock-in fee, that's cut down student hunger by almost 40 or 50% since it's been introduced. So I think with lock-in fees, we have to look at, quality over quantity. And if we think about, what is something, like if we could think of any idea that we think a very large majority of UCSB students would agree on and love to watch and participate in, I would say it's this. So if anything is worthy of a lock-in fee, I would say it's this.
Oh, Senator Singh?
Thank you, Senator Siddiqui, for coming and for presenting this. In 1992, the NCAA legislated that Division I colleges like UCSB must play at the Division I level in all sports. That legislative change required a huge increase in the expense of the program, and then that meant that UCSB dropped football. Do you believe there is a new development which would push campus to bring the football team back? And I would also want to remind you that in 1992, students voted to remove football from campus. So I wanted to ask, do you think, before that, it was removed again, and it came back and it was removed again. So my question is, what are the chances that if you do bring it back, it's moved again?
So to answer both of your questions, it's covered in the resolution, like it's stated there in the text. 1985 was the first time it was proposed the lock-in fee, and the lock-in fee was not reaffirmed in 1991. I don't remember the exact percentage breakdown, but it was not a landslide in terms of not funding. The program. I would also say at that time, student fees and student tuition that we paid was dramatically less. Therefore, every single lock-in fee, students were much more aware of them and able to see them. Right now, no one has any idea what the lock-in fees that they pay are, which is why everything gets reaffirmed. Specifically with why the program got canceled, there is a significant development that has changed the circumstances behind which the program got canceled. Since 1991, UCSB's status as a university has elevated to an arguably top 5, solidly top 10 public university in the entire country. Under the leadership of Chancellor Yang, our ranking has gone up a minimum of probably 20 or 30 spots. Well, our reputation has increased dramatically, academically in terms of stature, as well as the overall larger University of California system. We have way more money, than we did back then. And we also have a greater standing to attract higher quality talent. We have more resources. I'd say those are the biggest differences. Thank you.
Senator Butler?
Senator Siddiqui, do you know why the football team was removed in the first place? And if you do, like, was it with regards to maybe injuries or lack thereof funding or, you know, students being a part of the program?
Yeah, the team fell through because the lock-in fee wasn't reaffirmed for students to pay for the program. And because the lock-in fee wasn't reaffirmed, campus didn't have the resources to pay for it on their own to the local division.
But, or can
Yeah, Senator Butler?
but in our current state, it is
Is what? Sorry.
like able to sustain a football team.
We don't know. It's an idea.
Okay,
It's a
right.
proposal. Let's see.
Yes, Senator Suk?
I don't mean to pick apart your resolution right now, I know like everyone else needs questions, but you said that. TSB is the only University of California school that doesn't have a football team. Doesn't UCLA, UC Davis, and UC Berkeley are the only UC technically?
I'll defer to the second.
Senator Goodall?
No, I believe
Oh, Riverside.
that like Riverside has. I thought, okay, when I went and I saw several different sources that said that it was the only. Or potentially, I might have needed to specify and say which tier of UC that doesn't have. You know how there's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So I might have missed, I can go back and check that information, but I did see something where it did state that like UC Santa Barbara was the only one, but I'm not gonna,
They do.
I won't say it.
It is alleged.
Allegedly.
Senator Suk?
Yeah, in the interest of being accurate,
No, it's not good.
I would say no. Because it takes a big funding to have a football team, and then also UCSB is part of the Big West Conference. And for UCSB to compete against other football teams, we would typically have to leave the Big West Conference, I'm pretty sure, no. Only football,
They joined Big Sky.
yeah.
Would never happen.
All right.
It's an idea, just something to think about, but I just in the interest of that, I would say, just think about that.
All right.
Cool idea, guys.
Yes, Senator Iden?
I just want to reiterate an earlier point made as probably like, so I came to the school for athletics, I used to run for the cross and track teams. Every other sport is like so severely underfunded, like we barely get any gear. Football teams like statistically they don't make profit, they're not money makers unless you're in like a huge league. Kelly Barsky would never do this in my personal experience. I think it's cool legislation, but I think it's unpractical, especially given like the already like severely underutilized resources for athletics currently.
Okay. Senator Ronnie?
Yeah, like I like the idea of the legislature and like it is like a good idea to look at other avenues of potential revenue for the university. But at the same time, I feel like asking for funding for like a football team while like a good portion of our students struggle to find and maintain housing, this feels kind of like a punch in the face. Cause like I went to a very small high school and all of our funding went to the football team. And I just remember like begging like the principal, like, hey, most of my teachers have to work 2 other jobs, and the fact that we're putting all our funding in the football team is a big punch in the face. Seeing this again come up in college, it's just like, maybe we should focus on other issues before we focus on the football team.
Oh, Senator Siddiqui?
Just quick response, a big part of the intention behind the legislation is to introduce revenue generating investments. And this is a lot. I'm 100% with you. There's way more information to this. Housing, food, basic needs, accessibility across campus. But we're not gonna magically get the money to fund those things that have been consistent problems for decades unless we introduce new revenue generating resources. And I think you can make the argument that this may not be. But I think like the larger question we're going at is like, how do we get more resources in this to address some of these issues?
Oh, yes, Senator Crissati?
Yeah, honestly, Senator Lincoln, I see where you're coming from. However, our school has zero school spirit, like absolutely none, like very, very little.
That's fine.
Yeah, we don't, guys.
All right,
And I genuinely believe that this could be a good move to raise morale, raise school spirit, like. And I feel like we are a very small number of students in this room that all we do is focus on what's wrong, what's wrong, what's wrong. And I wanna know what the general population, or like the student population, every day, they don't think about things that we think about. I think they think about stupid shit, like have a good football team. So like, to the general population, honestly, I think this could be, you know, it could be beneficial to the morale of us. And that's also like, I feel like it could be a good idea to like survey the students to see like, would you like to have a football team, yes or no, and then we can go from there. That wasn't a.
all right, Senator. I'm trying really hard.
I'm sending it to you.
Just tell me your name.
Dally, Senator Dally.
Senator Dowling.
Next time. So building off that kind of, I did actually want to know if like, I know it's too early for this, but, oh, I have two questions by the way, before I finish. How do you know that the student population does want a football team? Because as was mentioned, we don't have school spirit at all. I have been to maybe 2 soccer games ever. So like, if we do have a football team, would that even, do you expect it to even generate revenue and that students would show up? And then also, I don't know anything about football, so what are like the pros and cons of it being like team one? Like what is the vision?
All right, hold up. I think Senator Goodall wanted to.
If you want to address it first.
I'll try to answer.
Senator Siddiqui?
Sorry, for your second question about Division One, it was really, it makes it in people difference funding. Division One is a higher level. Playing against better teams, a lot of other benefits. I don't think that's the time. Can you reiterate the first part? Oh, your first part of your question was how we know if students will want a football team or not. I think in order to survey whether students want a football team or not, they also need to understand the costs and the secrets that come with it. And I would say the perfect mechanism to do that is exactly laid out in this picture. First, find out if it's possible by negotiating with admin. And then second, if it is possible, propose a lock-in fee to students. Students can see how much money it will cost each quarter to fund the program, and there will be a pro and con statement outlining the program. Again, the resolution is calling for the executives of next year to bring this as an idea to administration. It's not proposing a lock-in fee, it's not proposing a plan, it's calling to advocate for a plan to administration.
All right, really quick, I wanted to bring something forward as it pertains to our Student Bill of Rights that I wanted to make authors aware of. So in Article 2 of Legal Code, Student Bill of Rights, Section D, it says that all students have the right to be free from violence on this campus and in Isla Vista. So as we know, football disproportionately affects those of African American ethnicity, and causes a lot of permanent bodily harm, such as CTE. I just wanted to raise that point. And another being the fact that the reason why we probably don't have school spirit is because our mascot is a colonizer, that has literally killed my ancestors, as well as a lot of people throughout Central and South America. I just wanted to raise that point because it kind of does, yeah. That was it, just curious. Senator Wayne?
So someone else said that the vaccine might raise morale. I don't know how important morale is when students aren't housed and hungry. So I hear the argument that this initiative might be a fundraising opportunity. My question is, what's the chance that you think this initiative will result in fundraising as opposed to a saving of funds?
So again, I want to reiterate that this resolution is calling for next year's executives to make the case to add do this. We're only gonna know whether this will be a revenue generator once we talk that. The reason for that is that the new chancellor is gonna have to work very hard to identify potential investors, and we won't be able to know if this will be revenue generating. We don't know the onset costs, we don't know the lot fee that students will pay. All of those things are technical details to be worked out later. And again, if this plan does come to fruition and we find out it's not beneficial or that it's not a revenue generator, then we don't have to go through with it. This resolution is not calling for the implementation of any plan, it's simply asking for the executives to have a conversation with administrators about this next year and see if it'll be a benefit to everyone.
I do have to take a point of personal privilege. Is it cool with you if I yield chair to Alexa since this is your piece of legislation?
Sure.
All right, I'm yielding chairship to Senator Butler.
Still in discussion. Senator Bredesen?
Yeah, I just want to kind of talk about how it could be a liability and maybe address, you can only address some of the possible cons. Senator Iden and I were looking at overall football, yeah, how much they can contribute to universities. And it seems like from what we saw, they tend to be more of a liability. I think smaller than half are a revenue generator. So I think in that vein, like, are there other possible negatives that you can think of when we have a football team, especially seeing from the fact that we haven't for a long time, and that's kind of fostered a certain culture of not having a football team? I know that, you know, that it comes with a lack of school spirit, but maybe people don't really care about school spirit when they're coming to a school without a football team. So there's just, you know, there is a difference between a school with a football team and one without.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time because I know we've been talking about this for a while. I'll just this is not gonna answer a question, but I'm gonna reiterate the same point again. The point of this resolution is to have the executives meet with admin, identify the pros and cons at that time, once we actually have information on the current dynamics. Again, everything is Isla Vista. Actually, yeah, I'll cover it off there. I think it should be situational. I feel like I've reiterated that point a bunch of times.
Senator Dodd?
I do think that like just the fact that there are a lot of different, like, we're kind of isolated as a UC. We're not as close as a lot of other different campuses are. And I think with there not really being any big football teams around us, there could be a lot of different community members that do come out to see these games that want to just watch some good football. So I do think that in that aspect, it could be just a revenue generator. And again, like, there are studies that go and prove that, I mean, establishing a football team doesn't mean it's necessarily going to perform well, but if it does, like, there are a lot of studies that show that it increases application, increases revenue, increases so many different qualities of the university. So, and again, like the first was saying, this is kind of just really a proposal, not really anything that's going into effect just yet.
Senator Iden?
Motion to pass a resolution to bring college football back to UC Santa Barbara.
Chair, can I go back?
Yes. There's been a motion.
Motion to pass a resolution to bring back college football to UC Santa Barbara.
There's been a motion to pass a resolution to bring college football back to UC Santa Barbara. For a second, Senator Kadar.
Actually, can I motion to remove a certain clause before we do that?
Well, there's been a motion on the table. It would have to be rescinded by Senator Iden. Senator Iden, will you like to rescind your motion?
There are definitely other UCs with that.
Or
Yeah, no, I misread, I got this. But
is there a second?
Oh.
Senator Siddiqui?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Siddiqui. We are now in discussion. We're in discussion. Would you like to?
Comment,
Labs.
discuss,
Discussion?
we're in discussion. Senator Brennan,
All the question.
question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. To a resolution to bring college football back to UC Santa Barbara. I will now be deferring the chairship back to the internal vice president, Pinto.
Thanks.
Point of order, we still need a hand vote.
You're so right.
All right.
You're so right.
All right. We are now going into a hand vote. For those on Zoom, just put up your raise hand emoji. All right, so hands up for yes to pass and move forward with a resolution to bring back college football back to UC Santa Barbara. The options are yes, no, and abstention. Just letting y'all know. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, for no, hands up for no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Abstentions? 1, 2. Yeah, motion passes. La 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 la. No, just because of those extensions. Literally just because of those extensions. All right, we are now moving into a resolution requesting that the UCSB Recreation Center address student equipment concerns and improve communication with ASUCSB Senate. A resolution brought by Senator Chris Sandy, Senator Lala, and Senator Suk. You'll have the floor. Who wants the floor first? All right,
Okay.
Senator Chris Sandy?
I can start and then, have the rest of them. But basically, this is building off of the report that Henry and I, or Senator Lala and I gave last week. But it's basically to just like codify or to implement more, like substantially the request that we're making of the UCSB Rec Cen. So you'll read in the therefore clauses, just like we addressed the Stairmaster machines that we discussed last week and also to implement quarterly reports with the Rec Cen to kind of establish communication and accountability with the Rec Cen. But yeah, this is just building off of our report and Henry and or Senator Lala and Senator Suk.
Right,
Senator Lala?
so you guys are familiar with the theme of this resolution. It's basically what Senator Sandy and I spoke on. Was it last meeting? Last meeting, and what Senator Suk added a lot onto, and I really want to thank you for all the additions to it. You had the expertise of student worker there who has been thinking about these issues for some time. The only thing I would note is that we tried to put some, considerably forceful language in there of expressing exactly what it is that we want from the recreation center, be it on the Stairmaster situation, be it on the rental program, as well as the quarterly reports to the Senate, which we will be sending to the senior staff we spoke with, and we'll make sure happens if this resolution is passed. So, thank you.
Senator Suk?
Yeah, there's a lot of things with the Rec Cen chat. There are problems there. So trying to figure out the situation. But, I'm so happy that y'all started thinking about this, and about it, that we could do about it as.
T. We're in discussion. Senator Brennerson?
Have you guys made contact with this board or like, are they gonna see this?
Senator Lala?
Yeah, as we spoke about last time, we had a meeting with the executive director of the Rec Center and his senior staff room's title, I'm forgetting right now, but yeah, we have and we'll be sending this resolution to both.
Period. Senator Sunny?
Yeah, I wanna add that this was done in discussion with the Rexen director, and again, like Henry just, Senator Law said, a senior staff member, so this what was written after discussion with them. So that's an important note, that we're not just writing this because we wanted to, but we discussed with them and went, and we agreed with them that quarterly report with the Senate was important. And the director of the rec center was very open to student input. He emphasized it, so in our discussion, we agreed that this was one of the ways that we can establish a more beneficial way of implementing student feedback into the rec center operations, so, yes.
Period. Any further comments? Anybody on Zoom? Anybody in IRL? Senator McClintock, is that you raising your hand to speak, or are you just chilling? You're expressing
That's
support?
me saying, thank you guys, good job.
Period. I like that. Senator Iden?
Motion to pass a resolution requesting that the UCSB Recreation Center address student concerns and improve communication with the ASUCSB Senate.
There's been a motion to pass a resolution requesting that the UCSB Recreation Center address student concerns and improve communication with the ASUCSB Senate. Do we have a second? Senator Amin?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Amin. We are now in discussion. Senator Wahidullah? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, we are now going into a vote. Are you prepping here? All right. Hands up for yes. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. I lost my count, sorry. 2, 4. Senator Gerson? Are you voting? Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21. All right. Yes, I got on Zoom. Hands up for no. Abstentions? Do we have 21? Yes, we do. We currently have 21 people in the room. All right, period. Motion passes. All right, now moving into a resolution to transfer funds for the AS Strategic Vision Plan 2025. A piece of legislation proposed by Senator Singh and joined by Senator Siddiqui. Y'all have the floor. Yeah. Senator Singh.
A pretty simple resolution. Last week we had the strategic vision plan presented to us. This is basically pass money from our AS and delegated account to our allocated account, so we can actually spend the money for this plan and get it approved, and hopefully we can see it in action soon.
Period. Senator Siddiqui? Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, I don't have much to add. It's a pretty basic piece of legislation. We have a lot of money in our ASM designated fund from the general ASM designated fee that we charge everyone. It's over $1 million. So this is just utilizing those funds for something very important. That's all.
Period. Very non-discussion. Senator Sandy?
I'm just wondering, because I know they mentioned in their presentation that it was a range of like the price that they wanted for the what is it called, like paying the people they need to pay. Was a range from like 75K to around 110. What happens if they use the cheaper end 75K? What happens to the rest of the money? Does it go back to Senate unallocated? Or does it stay with the strategic operations?
So the way that it was explained to us by the strategic operations office was that we decide how much money we're giving them and they're going to utilize that full budget. So if this would go obviously into everyone's pay and material use. And yeah, the range of their work. Since we decided on a medium, that's what they're going to use the full budget essentially. Yes, Senator Personi?
So we're basically deciding that the budget is 90K.
Yes.
Okay.
This was suggested by their office, and now proposed by both senators. Okay, period. Do you have any more questions, concerns, comments? Senator Goodall?
Motion to pass the resolution to transfer funds for the AS Strategic Vision Plan 2025.
All right, there's been a motion to pass a resolution to transfer funds for the AS Strategic Vision Plan 2025. Do we have a second, Senator Singh? Seconded by Senator Singh. We are now in discussion. Senator Mahes? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, we are now going into a hand vote. So Martinez, you got it. Hands up for yes. This way I have more time to count. It's kind of hard. 2, 4, 3, 1, 4, 15. All right, hands down. No. Bless you. I don't know. All right, 0 abstentions. Right. Thank you, Holly. I'm sorry, I just saw that. All right, motion passes. Yay. Now moving into a bill to create a mental health first aid subcommittee under Commission on Student Wellbeing Legal Code. Brought by Senator Lala and joined by Senator Ganesh. Who wants the floor first? Senator Lala, go ahead.
So this is what you heard about from Fiona, who came in earlier, who is a mental health commissioner over at the committee, part of the Commission on Student Wellbeing, which has in recent history been one of the most competent, on top of things, productive units for the entire student body, frankly. This falls under a mental health task force, which they have been in they have founded in collaboration with the Public Mental Health Commission, which has accomplished much for the student body in recent years. And this is simply meant to institutionalize what they do. So it's not just 2 co-chairs being overburdened, something that we as senators understand, not having the staff necessary to do certain things and meet all the requirements listed out for you. And they would have a subcommittee dedicated to putting on these trainings, as was explained earlier. This idea was first brought to me by the great Sydney Yamanishi, who is now head of staff at the president's office when I first became a senator. So it's being brought only now because it's gone a lot of reworking and as a check over number by people involved in both BCUs. So this is a thoroughly thought out piece of legislation. Now, the only thing I had to figure out was a little stressful was the net fiscal impact, just left unclear until a little while earlier. And I just want to clarify, there will be 7 people on it total, but 2 of them are the commissioners from both COSWEP and the Public Mental Health Commission, unpaid. The other ones would be, as Fiona described it to me, would be simply out of interest. So the only ones who would be receiving honoraria would be the 2 mental health facilitators, which she described in her report. That would be at 300 per quarter, the regular rate for works in the association for each quarter, obviously. And then there's other costs associated with this, just regular ones with adding any kind of program. So I estimated it would come out to 3,000 per academic year. It might be lower than that, but better safe than sorry. So that's it. I'm really excited to pass this and help them carry out their work more effectively.
All right, thank you, Senator Ganesh. You yield? Okay, we're now in discussion. Oh, Senator Lambrani?
Yeah, it looks good. I just have a question about, is CAPS in any way, like involved in this whatsoever? Cause I'm looking through it and like, it looks great, but it's like, are we including like resources that we already have on campus? Are we involving CAPS all or?
Law?
Yeah, that's a good question. Two things. The first is that CAPS from I'm not a specialist in this by any stretch of the imagination. From what I understand, CAPS does not have all the resources that students would need out of them. So it's not only not bad, but I think it's an actively positive thing to add additional resources in the same field that might not be being met at the student, at the administration level. So if students can provide that service, I think that's that much of a plus for us as an association. And I also want to emphasize that this isn't necessarily a new program that is being proposed. This is something that is already happening, has been really effective in its current iterations, but would be made available to more people by adding these positions. So, yeah, as far as I'm aware, no coordination with CAPS, but looking at that.
Yes, Senator Ronnie?
Sorry, follow up to that, would you be open to collaboration with CAPS in the future? That's.
Hello?
I mean, sure, but I don't really matter here. Who really matters is those who will be running this
Right.
subcommittee if we introduce, I can relay that to them, for sure, but they be the decision makers.
Senator Ganesh?
To answer Senator Nagarani's question, the creation of the subcommittee will also like give them more resources and labor to be able to collaborate with CAP. That they don't have right now.
Senator Ganesh?
Motion to pass the bill to create a mental health first aid subcommittee under the National Institute of
Alright, wait,
Sure.
this is a bill, we have to table it.
Oh, shit.
Would you like to rescind your motion, Senator Ganesh?
Can I amend my motion?
Just rescind it and make another one.
I rescinded.
Senator Ganesh? Okay, thank you.
Motion to table a bill to create a mental health first aid subcommittee under Commission on Student Engagement.
For 1 week. Let's say for 1 week. Alright. There has been a motion to table a bill to create a mental health first aid subcommittee under COSWAB legal code for 1 week. Do we have a second? Senator Al-Khatib.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Al-Khatib. We are now in discussion. Senator Nakarani? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes to table this for 1 week. All right, now moving into a resolution to request an exemption from policy BUS 79 for AES entities, brought forth by Senator Corlew and joined by Senator Singh. Seeing that Senator Corlew is not here, Senator Singh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, UC policy BUS 79 says that you need a justification when you're using student fees to pay for goods and services from non-UCSB affiliated associations. This applies when BCUs basically buy food for their meetings. Technically, that goes against UC policy. This is basically asking for a blanket exception from the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs from this policy, so AS entities can freely buy food for their meetings without needing a justification statement, which will obviously slow things down a lot. And that's it. Thank you.
Period. We're not discussion. Senator Brennerson?
Is this an issue that's come up recently?
Senator Singh?
And what?
Yes, it is a big issue that's come up. Campus has been telling us that you cannot be buying food from student fees if you don't have justification for it. And then instead of requiring justification for each and every requisition form, this would just mean that they can apply for food without needing that.
Right. Senator Sandy?
Have you talked to Margaret about this before you wrote the resolution?
Senator Singh?
I believe the associate director for finance and budgeting has been in conversation with campus.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, in the first paragraph of this resolution, it says the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, Gary McPherson.
He is not the vice chancellor.
It's inaccurate. Gary McPherson is the Vice Chancellor for Administrative Services. So that should be corrected.
Senator Singh?
Motion is to open a resolution requesting exception from policy BUS 79 for FMC.
There's been a motion to open a resolution to request an exception from policy BUS 79 for AS entities. We have a second, Senator Crisandi. Seconded by Senator Crisandi. We are now discussions that are weighing. Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes to open a resolution to request an exception from policy BUS 79 for AS entities. Senator Singh,
Motion to replace Gary McPherson with Margaret Thorne.
just to clarify, you meant to say Margaret and not Gary?
Yeah, to replace the name Gary McPherson with Margaret Thorne.
So. Okay, thank you. There's been a motion to replace, in the first sentence, the name Gary McPherson to Margaret Clown. Do we have a second? Senator Chudlery. Seconded by Senator Chudlery. Your non-discussions. Senator Al-Khatib?
Well, question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
That's it.
Do we have any objections to consent? Okay, because I just didn't feel very enthusiastic. All right, motion passes. Don't spell her name? Are we sure?
Yes.
I feel like she had like multiple U's.
It's-
From the website.
I thought it was two M's.
This was from the resolution.
I think there's 3 W's.
All right. Y'all, okay. I'm gonna Google this because that's what it sounds like. Here, it's a Facebook.
I looked
All right. All right, seems like we've reached consensus on Margaret's last name, spelling. Do we have any more amendments that you would like to make to this piece of legislation? If not, I suggest somebody motion to close. Senator Singh?
Motion to close the resolution to request an exception from policy BUS 79 for AS entities.
There's been a motion to close the resolution to request an exception from policy BUS 79 for AS entities. Do we have a second? Senator Martinez? Seconded by Senator Martinez. We are now in discussion. Senator Waidula? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
That's it.
All right, seeing none, motion passes to close the resolution to request an exception from policy BUS 79 for AS entities. Yes, Senator Kadal?
Motion to pass a resolution to request an exception from policy BUS 79 for AS entities.
There's been a motion to pass a resolution to request an exception from policy BUS 79 for AS entities. Do we have a second, Senator Brennerson?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Brennerson. We are now in discussion. Oh, Senator Butler?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
That's it.
All right, seeing none, we are now moving into a hand vote. Period. All right, hands up for yes? If I said hands up for no, would y'all be paying attention?
Yes.
Switch it up next time.
Yes, until next time, I'll do it. All right. 2, 4. All right, we have 22 yes. Hands up for no. Abstentions? Yep. All right. Motion passes. Yay. Senator Cash?
No, I didn't. You didn't go the amendment.
All right. Y'all, don't be over this. All right.
Motion to add on the bill to establish governance board guidelines and creating the first year election of governance board act onto the business.
All right, can I ask why this is being added now onto the agenda?
Because we're still working.
That's a bad answer,
Right.
actually.
I need more of an explanation than we're just working on it, Senator Ganesh.
Okay, it's a big bill, a lot of consultations happening, and so therefore it will take time.
I mean, considering that this is a bill, it would,
Table, and
yeah, it would be tabled. Do you think that this would be done in a week?
honest answer,
Yes.
no.
Okay. That makes me not want to allow this.
You can do that,
I know, I can do that. I'm just,
and it's not personal.
it's definitely not personal. I am sympathetic to the cause.
Senator Ganesh, I wanted to motion out right now so that I could open it up for further collaboration.
How would the senator feel about adding it to discussion items instead of new business?
It's not a discussion.
Laura, you just said you want a collaboration.
I just need, girl, you can either deny my motion or add on. That's my take.
Yes, Senator Iden?
I think like another point to add, when I discussed with the senators, I'd like to have this in new business to discuss, and then the idea is to just table it out afterwards. But I would appreciate a brief discussion on some points in this bill.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I just want to say that I believe off of a preliminary look at this bill, the language that's in it right now, it contravenes established financial policy on requisition submissions and legal code with respect to Senate governance. It's a 27-page piece of legislation. I don't think it's going to be decided in a week or even two. I don't really know what productive conversation we're gonna have on the legislation besides just the people who are already familiar with it and want it to pass. So I don't think we should let it on.
Oh, yes, Senator Crissati?
Well, I was just gonna add on, this is very long and I would like to read it over before we discuss.
T. All right. I'm gonna deny it. We have a long day ahead of us. We tried, but baby, how am I supposed to review 27 pages right now? I do that before every meeting, so I just, all right. But it's been brought to everybody's attention, which is important. If you would like to collaborate on this project, I suggest reaching out to, Senator Ganesh, Senator Suk, and Attorney General Carlson. Period. Right, okay. Moving on. Oh my God, my wrist is high. Senator Martinez?
Oh my God. Research the process of establishing immigrant legal services center at UCSD. To new business.
T. Okay, I mean, I'll allow it. I'm okay with it. It's in the agenda. No, I don't. Does that even have to include for the summer? If I just fill out. Somebody clarify? Can I see like that? Right, T, okay, so, There's been a motion to add a resolution to direct the executive director to begin to research the process of establishing an immigrant legal services center at UCSB. Do we have a second, Senator Lankarani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We are now in discussion, Senator Lala.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Do we have any objections to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. This resolution is now added onto the agenda. All right, Senators, Martinez, Ganesh, and El Khatib. If you would like to talk a little bit about this resolution, Senator Martinez.
For sure. So, I started the whole process of this possibly around 2 weeks ago when, the executive director came, and spoke to us about the situation that's going on and we established that the outreach committee was gonna be giving out red cards. I decided that night that I was gonna email a draft about, possibly beginning the process of establishing this immigrant legal service center, UCSB, to USS, which is the Undocumented Student Services, like organization here on campus. And before I did that, I talked to the executive director and we decided that it would be a pretty lengthy process to actually get this started. We would have to go to the Board of Regents and submit a petition and it would just be a lot of organization. But we decided that we obviously want to go through with this and I think it's very exciting to be able to offer these kinds of resources to the many immigrant students that make up UCSB. So to begin this process, I'm introducing this resolution with Senator Ganesh and Senator El Khatib, and I couldn't be more grateful to have them on this resolution with me. So I'm really excited to get this started and defer to my other leaders.
Yes, Senator Butler. Oh, right, Senator Ganesh.
Yeah, so this is a very timely piece of legislation. Just to be clear, this does not, since as Senator Martinez said, this is a long process, so this is only a resolution to do the research for a possible immigrant legal services center. Some of the other UCs have it, a local one on their campus, or we do not, and we do have a significant amount of immigrant population. Also has an international, as one of the international senators, I'm very happy that this legislation is on the table and very thankful to SEM Director Martin and Michael Walker.
All right, thank you. Senator El Khatib.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I honestly think that this is a no-brainer. It's been done before, like as Senator Ganesh said, it's been done at UC Davis. And this resolution is basically pushing for an office to be established on our campus.
All right, period.
I think, especially,
on.
you're good, especially during the current political climate, which is already impacting many of us. Last week there was a march on our campus where I think over 200 UCSB students, staff and faculty marched in support of undocumented and international students on campus. So yeah, let's get it done.
Period. We are now in discussion. Senator Wang.
I think that considering the current state of America, this bill is really important. I really truly respect the work you guys put into this. As far as I know, the closest immigrant legal services center is downtown, which I think is really inaccessible for a lot of people. My only question is whether you think that if the current administration clamps down on federal funding for immigrant legal services, whether the center persists as opposed to other centers served, as far as I know, not federally funded. I just essentially don't want to be relying on the service if it goes down.
Essentially, the LDR of what Senator Wang just expressed is their hesitance with this this service because of the possibility of losing federal funding. Was that a good TLDR? Yes, Senator Wang?
I think this is really important. I think we should go through. I just wanted to clarify, like, how you think this will stand up to the potential federal, whatever.
I can listen.
Senator Ganesh?
That is the, thank you for bringing that up. That is the part where the research into the process of establishing will come, like, that will be part of the research, seeing if this will create any issues with federal funding. Thank you.
Period. Senator Martinez?
Yeah, and, the executive director and I still are planning on meeting with an attorney from the Immigrant Legal Services Center from UC Davis. And, talking to them on how we can establish it, you know, and meeting with them before it continues and begins with such the process of, depending on where we could get the funding from, so, if that answers the question, yeah.
Senator, Grisanti?
Have you guys worked at the Legal Resource Center, like, near Pardal? I don't really know much about them, but I just did a quick research and it says that they have like. Hold on, like, if you go to like their welcome, like, we offer legal information and support on a variety of issues, and then like the list, and it says immigration issues. Like, have you talked to them and seen like the work that they've done? Because maybe you can like build off of that. And have it accessible there.
Yes, Senator Ganesh?
Yes, so I did do some research. Yes, I did do some research into the services they provide. They're definitely not as robust as we want them to, especially in this climate. We were looking at UC Davis's center specifically to build off of. And, again, this is a research into seeing if it can be as robust as one we wanted to, like UC Davis had. Because the one we have at Pardal is like low key. Like their
Very low
immigration
key.
services extend to you have an F1 visa, you have a J1 visa. And, you know, the current climate is, it does not even target people with papers.
Also, just to add on, they currently have one actual lawyer.
Yeah.
And the rest are, they got 2 lawyers. Thanks, Marissa. I've only ever seen the one. And a couple of random students. That's the extent of the current, legal services team. Also, Pardal Center is constantly going through the issue of not having enough space. That's another thing to consider. Senator Amin?
Although I think that this is really well written. My question is, so in the last round, Martin said, whereas other universities such as UC Davis have already established an immigrant legal service center where they provide free immigration legal.
Representation, outreach and education.
Legal represent, oh, I didn't do that, okay. So not the wrong, but sort of the last one. So what exactly do they do on their, like, what has the UC Davis one done, what kind of work do they do? How many students have really engaged with that, like, is that super duper needed? I kind of want to, just curious.
Yes, Senator Deep?
I mean, it's cited there, so you can click on the actual clinic itself. But in terms of like numbers, I don't think they can really disclose that for legal reasons.
Yes, Senator Martinez?
Yeah, my response is gonna be the same. We have the link for the website link there, so you can looking through it and actually seeing more of the information they have offered. I believe Marisela also exposed the center to us like around 2 weeks ago too, so you can feel free to look through the website. But yeah, just like Senator Elkins said, I don't think they're able to actually literally discuss everything that they're helping students with, but they were an amazing resource, so.
Yes, Senator Britterson?
Yeah, this is awesome. Thank you so much for putting this together. We really, really need a service like this on campus. I was just kind of wondering what the executive director has said about this and what she thinks the process will be like, or like how long it might take.
Senator Martinez?
Okay, so, so basically the executive director, when I came to them with the proposition of creating the center here on campus, they told me that I should, we were already, making a lot of appointments to meet with the attorney, but then they were like, you should submit this resolution first so that it could be expedited. So basically, we're gonna meet with an attorney from the Immigrant Legal Services Center there at UC Davis. And then from there, we're going to submit a petition to the Board of Regents once we get a lot of collaboration from the other organizations here on campus that also deal with immigrants and undocumented students and international students in plural, and then from there, we're gonna continue on towards that process, see if we can get that funding from the regions and start to get it actualized here on campus.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Senator Lopez,
Motion to pass a resolution to direct the executive director to begin to research the process of establishing an immigrant legal services center at UCSB.
all right, there's been a motion made by Senator Al-Khatib to pass a resolution to direct the executive director to begin to research the process of establishing an immigrant legal services center at UCSB. Do we have a second? Senator Kada,
Second.
seconded by Senator Kada. We are now in discussion. Senator Wang, question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, we are now moving into a hand vote. Hands up for yes to pass. All right, no. Abstentions? All right, just like that, the resolution passes. Thank you. All right. All right, now moving into action items. The first line item being the approval of the approval of the Office of the AG's request for $3,800 for operation expenses and honoraria, specifically that for the Office of the Attorney General, as well as the Rules and Administration Committee, from Senate unallocated. Senator Siddiqui?
Motion to approve the Office of the Attorney General's request for 3,800 in operation expenses and honoraria for the OAG and Rules and Administration Committee from Senate unallocated.
All right, there's been a motion to approve, the OAG's request for $3,800 for operation expenses and honoraria. This would be going to the OAG and Rules and Administration Committee, coming from Senate unallocated. Do we have a second? Senator Amin? Seconded by Senator Amin. We are now in discussion. Senator Iden?
Question?
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Do we have any objections to the consent? All right, seeing none, motion passes, but I'm pretty sure we have to vote on this considering it's money. All right, so hands up for yes. All right, no. Abstentions? All right, motion passes. Next line item being the approval of $90K from Senate unallocated to Credo Consulting to begin the AS Strategic Vision Plan of 2025 on behalf of the SOO, the association and UCSB community. I heard that clearly. Senator Butler?
Motion to approve $90,000 from Senate unallocated to Credo Consultants to begin the AS Strategic Vision Plan 2025 on behalf of SOO Association.
All right, there's been a motion to approve the $90K from Senate allocated to Credo Consulting to begin the AS Strategic Vision Plan 2025 on behalf of the SOO, the association, and the UCSB community. Do we have a second? Senator Malhus? Am I saying your name correctly? Malhus, thank you. All right, we are now in discussion. Senator Lankarani, question has been called. Do we have any objections? Okay. Are there any objections to the consent? Seeing none, we are now voting. Okay, cute. Hands up for a yes to approve the 90K. Right. Yes, that's 93. No? Yes, I am. Abstentions? Senator Olaitan, you have not voted.
Sorry, I meant to raise my hand when everyone else was agreeing.
Would you vote for yes?
Yes.
Period. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify. All right, motion passes. Yay! Next on the agenda is the approval of the Senate review copy of the winter special election that will run from 2/18 to 2/28. And this is the sorry. I'm gonna redo that. All right, next, being the approval of the ballot language for constitutional amendments proposed for the winter 2025 special election that will be running from February 18th to February 28th. Senator Siddiqui.
Motion to open the Senate review copy of winter special election 2/18 to 2/28 election supplement and proposed amendments.
Right, okay, there's been a motion to open the Senate review copy of the winter special election 2/18 to 2/28 election supplement and constitutional amendments. Do we have a second? Senator Chudbury. Did I say it wrong? Hard. I'll get it eventually. All right, seconded by Senator Chaudhary. We are now in discussion. Senator Lankarani. Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, the motion passes. This is now opened and ready for surgery. Senator Siddiqui.
Motion to strike subsection E or section A of section 2 under amendments to Article 7. Exercise full authority over the branch regarding personnel decisions for non-elected officers and replace it with be empowered to make personnel decisions for all undergraduate non-elected officers, period. Every officer has the right to file a case to the Judicial Council alleging a violation of the Bill of Rights or other aspects of legal code, period.
All right, just to clarify, this is under section, this is in Article 7, Section 2, because I was lost for a second. This is specifically here. All right. There has been a motion to strike or replace, amend.
Oh, I'm striking that and then replacing it with this.
All right, there has been a motion to strike. Fuck, is that a section? Whatever. Item E under Article 7, Section 2, subsection 1, subsection A, subsection E. Exercise full executive authority over the branch regarding personnel decisions for non-elected officers and replace it with be empowered to make personnel decisions for all undergraduate non-elected officers. Every officer has the right to file a case to the Judicial Council alleging a violation of the Bill of Rights or other aspects of legal codes by Senator Siddiqui. Do we have a second? Holy shit. Senator Wahidullah? Seconded by Senator Wahidullah. We are now in discussion. Senator Kadah?
Call a question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Do we have any objections to the consent? All right. Seeing none, motion passes. God, my brain hurts. There's so many subsections. Anybody want to dissect it some more? Feeling maniacal. Feeling like it's so good. What do I mean?
So why did you decide to carve out the entire pieces of going to be the president by the president officer? Because you didn't talk about that. Because you were playing to open to the general. I just want to make the language a little more specific. That if you want it, please go on president and board.
Should I say something? Do you remember that cute veto we did?
Yeah, but that was to change it.
Oh. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna shut up now.
okay, cute. Like, motions can be made. The floor is open.
Oh,
So- All right, do a motion now? Sorry, Siddiqui?
Motion to take an emergency 5-minute recess.
There's been a motion to take an emergency 5-minute recess. We have a second, Senator Wang. Seconded by Senator Wang. We are now in discussion. Senator Iden,
Call the question.
question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, we will now be back at 8:35. I'm giving y'all an extra minute just because I'm.
Paige actually came to that.
No way, I got unlimited?
Thank you.
Thank you, IDP, yeah.
Thank you. The building chair shifts back to the internal vice president.
Senator Siddiqui,
Motion to amend subsection A of section 2 under Article 7 and strike the language and all AS professional staff and all AS operations, spaces, property or other services.
all right, there has been a motion to strike subsection A under section A.
Section 2 Article 7.
Oh, section 2, article 7. And all AS professional staff and all AS operations, spaces, properties or other services. Do we have a second? Senator Period. All right. Tadri, thank you. Seconded by Senator Tadri. Do we have a, oh wait, we're not discussion. So what do you want? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Do we have any objections to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Siddiqui,
Motion to amend section B or subsection B of section 2 under Article 7, subsection B, and take out the words and have jurisdiction over to replace with and shall oversee.
all right, there has been a motion to strike motion to strike and have jurisdiction under section B, subsection B under okay. Under section B of Article 7, and add and shall oversee. Do we have a second? Sorry if that wasn't clear. Senator Dolly?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Dolly. We are now in discussion. Senator Wahidullah, question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. That is enough. Well, essentially, we'll take that. Senator Siddiqui,
Motion to amend subsections J of subsection B under section 2 of Article 7, and strike that clause.
subsection J under section. All right, there has been a motion to strike subsection J of subsection B under section 2 of Article 7. Do we have a second? Senator Dolly?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Dolly. We are now in discussion. Senator Chudry? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. Siddiqui?
Motion to close the Senate review copy of winter special election 218 to 228.
All right, there's been a motion to close Senate review copy of winter special election from 218 to 228. We have a second, Senator Lankarani.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We are now in discussion. Senator Wang,
Call the question.
question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Objection.
Senator Iden?
I think we need some more deliberation on this.
What is the ground for your deliberation?
I'd rather wait to close this until we listen to the president's veto.
Same. Who made the original motion? Was it you? Yeah. Senator Siddiqui, would you like to rescind your motion?
No.
Cool. We are now going into a vote to vote. Nice. Yes, so.
Can I explain to me? Oh wait, I don't get to do that right.
You don't get to do that right now. All right, we are now going into a vote to vote. Essentially, we are voting on whether or not to sustain or overrule Senator Iden's motion to keep the piece of legislation open. Senator Amin?
If the president is here, maybe we can call.
No. Wait, what are you saying?
All right.
Can I rescind my objection?
Hold up. Senator Siddiqui?
I rescind my objection. Is this still open?
Yes.
Okay, I rescind my objection.
All right, Senator Siddiqui has rescinded his objection. Senator Siddiqui?
Motion
Well,
to.
sorry, fuck. That doesn't make sense. Senator Iden?
No, I was just correcting it. But it was an objection. So you're rescinding his motion.
You rescind the motion.
Yeah, you're rescinding your motion, okay. Y'all confused about that. Senator Siddiqui?
Motion to edit subsection B of section 2, and strike out from subsection B, and shall oversee all matters pertaining to his professional staff, human resources, auditing, organization, and management.
All right, just to
Seven.
clarify what we're doing, we exited out of the vote to vote because the original motion was rescinded. That means this is still open for revision, essentially. There has been a motion to strike and have jurisdiction over all matters pertaining to AS professional staff / human resources, auditing, organization, and management under subsection B of section 2 of Article 7. Do we have a second? Senator Wahidullah? Seconded by Senator Wahidullah. We are now in discussion. Senator Kadah?
Call question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Do we have any objections? Do we have any objections to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. My heart really hurts. Senator Siddiqui?
This is not a motion. This is one last comment. I have to leave to catch a last minute train. I believe the proper procedure here is to close the ballot, then listen to the president or the attorney general or anyone else who has to speak. We're not passing the ballot, we're just closing it. I think that makes sense.
Thanks. Senator Kadah?
Motion to close this Senate review copy of the winter special election 218. Sorry. 228. Yeah, it's a 228.
All right, there's been a motion to close the Senate review copy of the winter special election 218 to 228. Do we have a second? Senator El-Khatib?
Second.
Seconded by Senator El-Khatib. We are now in discussion. Senator Lankarani? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. It is now closed. All right. Bye-bye. All right. I said. I'm gonna move out of this. Just so. We can. That discussion item is. Let's go into unit reports. Yeah, let's go into unit reports. I invite KCSB to the podium
Good idea.
to give their AS budget approval request presentation. Holly, can you please pull that up? It should be under unit reports.
Yes, give me a second. I'll pull that up for you.
Song every time.
Karaoke one.
Okay, we should do that. We could talk about that later. It is a presentation. All right, go forward whenever you're ready.
General manager at KCSB, and she her pronouns. With me, I have Ori, this is our program director at KCSB. We have a really short slide deck for you guys. Basically, it's about resealing our upper deck, on top of the, Store Communications Building, which is where KCSB presides, under Shore Tower. It is an orphan building, so we need to take care of all the upkeep, of the building and general maintenance. But Ari will get into some general information. If we can go to the next slide.
Can we go to the next slide, please, Holly?
Yes.
Once again, yeah, I'm Ari, I use he, him pronouns, and like Nyla just said, KCSB needs to reseal the upper deck of the Store Communications Building in order to prevent further damages, primarily water and rain related damages to our studios and equipment. This is done every 6 to 8-ish years, and it's time. Once again, so we've been quoted by the Design Facilities and Safety Services for $25,930, but we'd like to approve up to $30K. Just in case, I don't know. And then this money's not coming from is coming from our Southside account, so it's not coming from any student fees at all. Just need approval to spend it.
And on the next slide, we pulled up essentially why we're here presenting this to the Senate is KCSB's executive committee approved the $30,000 on the Friday, February 7th meeting. But as per legal code, any expenditures from the Southside account exceeding 15,000 needs to be approved by the Senate, which is why we're here today. So that's basically what we have for you guys. We're trying to approve $30K for the building to be resealed. On the next few slides, we have some pictures of the leaks and the water damage.
Not food related, this is whatever primordial soup has been thrown for decades above stored and drips right onto the heads of us and everyone that walks the building and works there. So
Right now, we've been kind of in buckets under the leaks and like tarping over our equipment, but it's making it really difficult to use the studios. So we would like to reseal it to prevent further damages, so we don't have to like spend money on equipment and stuff like that. Yeah, that's basically all we have for you today. Open to questions.
I wanted to firstly ask, have these minutes been sent to AS Minutes?
Not, I can do that right after this. Our executive, or our assistant director, Jennifer Kaiser, asked us to review this 100% on it, and I'm going to send it out to the association yet, but they're linked on that slide.
All right,
Send it, I can like email it to you right now.
I mean, it's already linked here. My suggestion to our senders is that someone motion for this to be added into our to be approved folder under the AS Minutes drive. Also, every time that y'all have a meeting, it is within like your legal duties to do so. So that we can maintain a connection as a senate that oversees student fees. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Senator Benderson?
Motion to add. KCSB 217. No,
7.
27 meeting minutes to the
To be
AS,
approved folder.
to the AS to be approved folder.
I'll take it. There's been a motion made by Senator Brenderson to add KCSB's Friday 2/17 meeting minutes to the to be approved folder of the AS minutes drive. Do we have a second, Senator Kada?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kada. We are now in discussion. Senator Lankarani.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. Can somebody please do that? Senator Iden?
I don't know if it's just me, but I don't have access from my AS account to their minutes.
Oh, to your minutes specifically? Okay, so what I can do right now is.
Sure.
Yes, Senator Iden?
Could we potentially just do a couple questions and then we could circle back to this when we have it in the agenda?
What?
Can I just ask them a couple questions and we can circle back to this when it's in the minutes folder?
Oh, yeah, I mean, the motion has already been approved, so we're just gonna be adding that right now. Just, yeah, you can just give my account access and then we will kind of handle the rest. I'll make a copy of it and add it on there. Senator Iden?
Can I ask them a question?
Yeah.
Do you guys, by chance, because I'm in our like full 24-25 budget, I don't find your capital reserves account. I'm wondering if you know the account number or how much money's in it off the top of your head.
250, might be a little bit more around,
Okay.
the account number. I don't know off the top of my head, but I can email it to you.
Is that out of your like, just like your general operating budget, or is it out of a
It's
specific
separate
account?
from
Okay,
operating.
got it.
So KCSB has the like operating budget where the student marketing goes into, our cell site budget comes from. We have the like phone companies at the top of the store.
Yeah.
The university gets a certain amount of money from that, we get a certain percentage
Okay.
to upkeep the building. That's what that is.
All right, my email is AS. Is that a dash or hyphen?
Dash.
I thought dash was this guy.
That's slash.
I hate the English language. AS dash internal VP at ucsb.edu.
They can just share it with anyone with a link.
Yeah.
That would be.
Don't wanna be. Any further questions for KCSB? Senator Benderson?
I just want to thank you guys for sitting through our long ass meetings and I'm sorry that, I was, I reviewed music with KCSB for a while. I had a lot of fun and I really would not appreciate this media being damaged. And, I know that Stork area is pretty rinky dink and so is the tower. So thanks for sticking with us and thanks for putting together this proposal.
It's nice to see like there's a lot of KCSB alums sort of on the Senate that have been involved in various ways.
OMG, wait, who? Yeah, wait, hands raised.
I believe I shared it with you. I will also update the link on the drive that motion should be shared so that anybody can take a look at it from there. Apologize for that.
It's true.
And then we'll make it a point to send us minutes after each.
Yeah, just send it to AS minutes. They'll just put everything in there. I review them before our meetings. All right. I think this is chill, but I'm just gonna make a copy. Oh. I see. Sorry, I'm like moving it right now. Do we have any further questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you guys so much for being here. Would I suggest that someone motion to add that under action items? Senator Iden,
Sorry. Motion to add, KCSD's funding request of $30,000 for the purpose of resealing their upper deck, taken from KCSD's, capital reserves to action items.
there has been a motion to add the approval of, holy shit, why did I so hard? Of the $30,000 needed to reseal the upper deck of Stork Communication Building
From KCSD's capital change.
from KCSB's capital reserves. Do we have a second, Senator Wang? Seconded by Senator Wang. We are now in discussion. Senator Cadal?
Call to question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, that is now added under action items. Thank you. Appreciate you. So I'm just double checking if that went through. All right, here it is. Cool. Senator Wahidullah? All right, there's been a motion to enter a 15-minute recess at 9:01. Do we have a second, Senator Benderson?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Peterson. We are now in discussion. Senator Knopf?
Call to question.
Motion has been called. Do we have any sections?
Consent.
All right. Seeing none, motion passes. We will now be back at 9:06.
LeBron.
Yeah. But we lost today. We lost 20-something to the Jazz.
Ollie, are we unmuted?
Yes, you're unmuted. You're good now.
Okay, we are returning recess at 9:18. Did we close it? Did we close it? Did we close it? Somebody else did it? Did we close the Senate review copy?
Yeah, we did. I closed it.
All right. We are moving now into discussion items. First being the presidential veto override for the winter special election. I invite President Broadway to the stand, as well as Attorney General Carlson. No, you know, podium, stand.
Stage. Mike.
All right, just for context, the Senate held an emergency email vote to override the presidential veto, which vetoed our motion to, is it hold or approve? Yeah, to approve the ballot language for the winter special election. I invited both of them to the podium to talk a little bit more about this decision and any possible implications. Go on the floor.
Okay, so I am going to provide some clarity on why I issued the veto. I vetoed the entire ballot on Friday night because of the constitutional amendment, Article 7, Section 2. These amendments are controversial in regards to university and UC Regent policy with an extreme likelihood of being unenforceable. While the UC Regent's authority is not explicitly mentioned in the AS Constitution, they supersede the AS Constitution, bylaws, and standing policies in the event that there are conflicts. This authority stems from UC Policy 3301 and is further corroborated by the COWS, the UC policies that establish campus organizations and their underlying operations. But that simply, we derive our power and authority from the UC Regents, and these proposed amendments are asking for changes that are necessary. Now, I would like to address the statement that was sent out on Saturday, February 8th, that were signed on to by multiple senators. In the email stated that there has been no consultation whatsoever from the president regarding the proposed amendments. This veto was the first we heard on the matter. I would like to highlight the duties and powers of the Attorney General. In Article 8, Section 1 of Legal Code, the purpose of the Attorney General is to prosecute and conduct suits involving violations of the ASUCSB Legal Code and to give advice upon questions of the ASUCSB Legal Code when required by the President and executive officers or when requested by an ASUCSB appointed officer. With that being said, the Attorney General was present for the past 2 Senate meetings, and he was here to give legal advice and recommendations on the amendments that were on the winter special election ballot. I was the one who requested the Attorney General to attend the Senate meetings to give legal advice on the specific amendments in my absence, as it is per his legal code. Next statement, Senate leaders took the time to attend a short notice meeting with Student Affairs this very Wednesday, where it was made apparent that the administration had no intention of blocking the election from taking place due to legal concerns. On Wednesday, Senate leaders did in fact meet with Student Affairs representatives along with the Executive Director, the Attorney General, and the Solicitor General. It was made very clear that the proposed amendments were illegal, but Senate leaders made it apparent that there was no room for compromise, which led to me vetoing the ballot. The Executive Director, Attorney General, my head of staff, and myself met with Student Affairs on both Monday and Tuesday of this week to discuss the illegality of the proposed amendments. Another significant email We are told that the election ballot in its entirety is illegal in nature with no relevant UC, state, or federal policy cited to support the claim. ASUCSB Executive Officer, Section F states the president is empowered to veto legislation of the Senate within 2 business days of its adoption. The president is then responsible for submitting a statement explaining the reasons for the veto within 3 business days of the passed legislation. Typically, the process of the veto looks like, once the president issues the veto within 2 days of the legislation passing, then the president and Attorney General would present the reasoning and evidence in depth to the Senate at the next Senate meeting. Once that is received by them, the Senate then may vote to overturn the veto. Due to the Senate overturning the veto instantly, there was no given time for the Attorney General and myself to give you all the evidence and policies mentioned in the original veto. In the statement, it seems possible then that this veto is motivated by potential illegality, but rather policy differences at the executive branch. Lack of communication from executives furthermore leaves us concerned that this veto did not originate with student leaders themselves. As stated before, under the Constitution outlining the veto process, is required to specify the reasons for the veto at the next convening of the Senate. Using the time between issuing the veto and today's meeting, the Attorney General and I were planning to gather all relevant research on the policies mentioned and bring them to the Senate at today's meeting. The Senate did not provide me with this opportunity to further explain my point of view, again, a requirement of the veto process due to the swift overturning of the veto itself. I would also like to note that the Senate has previously set a precedent to connect with any entity or position that will be affected by a legal code change or a constitutional amendment to gather input or insights as to whether it will be beneficial to the position. That was not the case for this amendment. Ever since the constitutional amendment was made public, it had been a concern to me. So I requested more information from the Attorney General on the legality of the amendment. When we researched and found it was illegal, I directed the Attorney General to go to the Senate meetings and talk to the Senate about possibly amending the amendments or deleting them entirely. Both options were refused. The Attorney General and I have been meeting and have been in communication every step of the way. I would like to remind you all once again that the Attorney General is a representative of the Senate, or of the President, sorry. You have all requested that if I cannot be present myself, then the Attorney General may represent me instead, and that's exactly what happened for the past 2 meetings. And the last statement from the email that I would like to address is, let us be clear, the President's decision does not object to any singular amendment. It is a blanket veto for the entire ballot, preventing an election from taking place. Unilaterally blocking an election strips the ability of the student body who elected us all and pays our salaries to ultimately decide this matter. The reason I vetoed the entire ballot is because the entire ballot was voted on and approved. Therefore, the only option was to veto the entire ballot. We cannot move forward with an election that contains false and illegal information, which would be put out to the entire student body. If we did move on with the election, it could not be reinforced. If that happens, it would ruin the integrity of the association as a whole, because students would then question elections moving forward, when we already struggle to reach the 20% threshold for elections. We as an association strive for transparency with the student body, so pursuing an election that has an illegal constitutional amendment is wrong, and I hope you all can see that now. And I think the best over to be for the agenda.
Thank you, President Broadway, for your words. Centers at the table when someone is addressing you, whispers are sometimes considered rude or out of order. This has been a very exciting process. Without it, we wouldn't have noticed some key things. The first being that this was an incredible test and experiment of what self-governance by students really means. And it really highlights the fact that the same resources that are keeping us down are the same ones that kind of perpetuate our existence. for all the senators at the table, we derive our authority, the Associated Students derives its authority as a delegation of power from policy 3301 set out by the UC Regents. There is a campus, a university, that does have a special exception to this policy. That campus is UC Berkeley. They won this exception in the 70s out of immense protests. There's nothing stopping us, ultimately. If we wanted to use these amendments, if we wanted to continue on this kind of path of self-governance and let everything that we want to change be 100% legal, we could direct our resources and a lot of the enthusiasm that we had fighting each other towards trying to carve out our own special exception to the policy. The three largest components that were contested were clauses that included staff, property, and banks, and language surrounding those three subjects. They're not necessarily contested for obvious reasons. Like, oh, why can't the president decide the bank? Well, that's every single student fee collected dollar that we have. That goes to one bank. And for anybody, does anybody know which bank that is?
Montecito Bank and Trust.
Montecito Bank and Trust. It's actually a very important part of knowing what your responsibilities are by knowing where all your assets are tied up. I hope that's something that we could learn. Another thing that we could learn is how property is managed. At the Cardall Center, it's not just 50-50 Associated Students and the lender. It's going to be a combination of our campus lawyers reviewing those types of contracts and us making sure that we have enough money to pay that lease, the rent, and then the landlord who is able to come back and evict us in any which way. And as for staff, this is something that I think is actually very important. I've been in Associated Students for 3 years. 2 of those years I served as a senator. For 1 of those years I got to serve on the executive branch. I got to communicate with very, very, very few staff members. And on many occasions when I reached out to the entire department as a whole, asking staff members to contribute text on new things, new changes we could make for rules committee to enhance trainings. There were directives instructing staff members to ignore those requests. Staff members, just like us, are kept in a situation of sometimes we don't have all the info. Sometimes we don't have all of the information at our disposal. And sometimes it's really just up to us to kind of look each other in the eye and make sure that we have all the resources at our disposal. I want to share everything I have learned over the last 3 years with you guys. For the senators that have met with me and have worked with me, I've tried to do that. It's part of my last ditch effort and hiring a bunch of kids from my office, first year, second years, and third years, so that next year in Associated Students, we have some semblance of continuity on certain projects. You guys have done a beautiful and remarkable job. And I do regret sincerely that I think all of you were CC'd on these injunctive letters and relief things like that. To have to kind of go through some of these like hoops and jump some of these hurdles. The reason why I fought so passionately the articles presented is because I know firsthand how difficult it is for staff to kind of work together with students from the government perspective. Not from a BCU standpoint, not from a student, any normal student who might be like an RCO, right, who's going to get their requisition submitted to the office. They all have these beautiful, the 99%, right, of all the effort expended and associated with students, watching the money flow, watching projects get planned, watching all of these beautiful events just be executed flawlessly. We really do a remarkable job as an association. And there's some strange breakdown once it hits the government. I had the privilege and pleasure of being able to interview IVPs of the past from 2016 and 2017, presidents from 2018, going back to 2014, who are still actually living in our community. And I got to hear from them firsthand how they ran into pretty much the same problems we do right now. There is so much room for us to kind of collaborate and work together to execute on those amendments. If we just went about it in a way that used the energy efficiently. We could carve out our own exception to policy 3301. We could try, we could build off on it for years and years and years. Nothing's ever going to be done in a year. In 2003, the building schematics that I am using to lobby UCSB administration to try and build a new building for AS operations in the future, it was written and finally approved in 2003. And I only have those plans because every single year, some staff member or some student kept that project alive. And now we have a golden opportunity with the new chancellor coming in. Potentially with the new president for the UC, there's discussions of these systematic, system-wide changes, potentially in regards to how we're transitioning from quarters to semesters. I don't really know the truth of that. I've heard things through the grapevine. If we're about to embark upon a UC-wide switch up, why can't we take advantage of that and advocate, start trying to direct our executive director to open up some type of investigative or some type of preliminary committee equipped with both students and staff. The fact that we would, in order for us to fix KCSB, for example, all the hoops and hurdles, having to go through the university, having to get everything checked by their engineers, having facilities and maintenance, I don't know, upcharge us just because they want to and just because they can. This is something that was really important and in my opinion, incredibly profound and something that I've learned seeing everybody kind of debate and discuss everything at the table. And I just really hope that if we can communicate what we really, really want and what we're hoping to succeed by making changes, I, as someone, and my peers, as President Broadway, would be able to help with that in guiding them through loopholes or directing you to boundaries that we do need to push. If regents are always going to be stepping in our way, let's take the fight to them. So I really hope that kind of ameliorates some of those tensions. The text as it currently stands, I trust you guys to make the right choice, no matter which way that is. And yeah, I serve at the pleasure of the president, so thank you guys.
Do you have any questions? Do I'll be open to questions?
I am, and I don't mind answering them.
Any questions?
Proxy Clara?
I'm curious about the contents of the letter you sent out on February 11th on the basis of standing. So from what I understand, for an injunctive relief to be granted, there are certain conditions that have to be met. Do you, as an attorney general, think they've been met? And what are those conditions?
In terms of injunctive relief, if I'm not mistaken, and again, for the record, my major is chemistry, BS, with a master's in material science. That's functional, inorganic, and quantum materials. My understanding from an outsider looking in is that you need to satisfy some type of element of timeliness, right? Can you prove that irreparable harm will occur if injunctive relief is not issued or ordered by the court? And there's an element of standing. And I'll kind of work backwards from that. If you want me to, I know that was a yes or no question, but if you would like me, I can continue to elaborate. The element of standing that we have is that as any student, any fee-paying undergraduate is allowed to file a JC case. not just an elected official, any fee paying student is. And so in terms of standing, that's immediately met. In terms of deciding the court's standing, it's a little bit of a different story. At the end of the day, the straight to the point, TLDR answer, I suppose, is that, the executive branch, attempted to provide that check, that balance of powers stipulated check, on the legislative branch and its, operation. And, with that being struck aside, the judicial council reserves in section 1, the right to judicial authority, as well as enumerated in the immediately following, section, I think maybe 2 immediately following sections, to ultimately review cases in its quote unquote original jurisdiction as they deem necessary. And so there's still some element of like, once that quorum or once that body decides that they have the right to hear that case, presented to them upon, in terms of like the constitutional question of, I think President Broadway kind of mentioned it as well, is that the violation does not necessarily exist in our policies, right? The legal code as a whole. It exists as a means of being in conflict with policy 3301, right? And if we're going to begin starting advocating towards that branch, to me, as the AG, not as the president here, but as the AG, the correct course of action is either, 1, do not engage in that policy yet until you've figured out a way to ultimately make it legal, or find clever avenues by which you can advance those interests. Which is why, to me, it was always so confusing, why I never really understood directly why the amendments were being fielded in the first place. They were just increases in executive power and authority, right? You're codifying the responsibility of staff, banks, property in individuals and not in the Senate, as it currently stands. And so in that kind of context, coming up with like how we come up with, changing how we're coming up with contracts. We rented out the Carl Center. Who do you think signed that? That is the responsibility of property. And so it's already implied constitutionally that it exists there, and to redefine it under the president's authority is sometimes misgiving. And that can be a constitutional question that would be great for the Judicial Council to hear. But in terms of the case that we wanted to bring, and advocating specifically for injunctive relief, was not the question of policy, because again, you guys reserve the right to also deliberate on that, but to make sure and to prioritize the fact that make sure that the association is kind of staying true to its mission so that we can make good on what is being stated.
So is it the procedure or is it?
Dr. Carroll, not to be recognized. Also, if you could please speak up so I can hear you on Zoom. Yeah, Frank Clara.
Do you think this is a procedural issue or a policy content issue? Like what is the crux of this argument? Because I don't get it. You're arguing that irreparable harm has been caused, which is one of the conditions that have to be met when it comes to injunctive relief. How is this harm? Describe what the harm is, and is it irreparable? And how, I just don't get how a procedural amendment is being voted on. So the process is there, and the democratic process is ongoing. One other question I have that you can also answer.
Can I do one at a time?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. When it comes to the injunctive relief, is that preliminary injunctions are not designed to stop irreparable harm. Irreparable harm is just irreparable. It's to prevent irreparable harm. And the argument that we put forth to the Senate, as well as Judicial Council, and I have done this, is that the irreparable harm comes from students voting on issues that are unenforceable. It's no stranger, based on the conversations and some that we kind of had earlier in this room, is like some people were like, oh, UCSB doesn't have any school spirit, oh, blah, blah, this extra stuff. Some people look at AS and say, oh, AS doesn't have any power, right? That's relatively a fringe minority. Most people would recognize that, oh, AS, they plan all, they help do the events, they fund a lot of the different services that I use on campus. If students were to see that the government of the associated students were to try to introduce a amendment or initiate some type of change, and they realize that, oh, they couldn't make good on it, that causes damage to the institution's ethos and credibility. It's the same reason why the Senate hasn't really advertised why BDS hasn't really been implemented yet. It's because you guys don't really want to be held accountable by the student body to say, oh, we can't do those good things, right? It's the same reason why we're still buying Coke for Senate meetings. We don't simply have the capacity to enforce those things. And we didn't advertise way back when that, oh, all these different powers, all these different powers, all these different things are at play. But we can do our best, right? And we can try to execute on very specific policy goals, on very specific services. That right there, to me, is the irreparable harm. That to me is everybody outside looking in and saying, why would I ever vote to support a fee when it's not even being, when I don't even have a say in how it's going to be applied? Why do, if I don't really have the say, why would I authorize lock-ins? And that type of decision, that top-down decision that we believe is highly likely in the event of an election moving forward, to me, as the person who signed that letter, is where the irreparable harm comes from. And wanting to come around that and circumvent that before all of a sudden an administrator says, hey, we're not going to certify your election, that hasn't happened in decades. That would be completely unprecedented and would be a complete tragedy for the association that would befall the association.
I take a private personal privilege. I'll be yielding chairship to Senator Butler.
Danielle.
No,
Huxley. Sorry.
I have a question with regard to that. Do you? I still haven't gotten, I don't think you've demonstrated the right standard for it, because at most, your standard for seeing irreparable harm is at best speculative. There's really no tangible damage that could be done in this case. If you could just provide some context when it comes to, I guess, tangible damage. I still don't get that. Can you explain to me, I don't know anything about, I guess, the processes of the amendment process,
That's a really important thing to bring up, Foxy. I think that conversation would best be suited for judicial counsel in terms of their deliberations. And so I apologize kind of on to my other Senate colleagues in the room about kind of that back and forth, but I would love to hear or field additional questions if you guys have them. I hope that is, I understand it's not satisfactory not hearing it here, but depending on kind of the events of tonight, we'll just see what happens.
Senator Walla.
I want to thank you both for coming here. Before going on to some level of technicality, I just want to say that I genuinely, on a personal level, I respect both of you as individuals and as executives
as well.
And I think this meeting and this exchange is so much better than what has preceded it. Precisely because I had a conversation with a friend in AS who put it beautifully said, I'm going to try to find it exactly. This is another bad miscommunication case study in that we entrench ourselves, we know our rationale fully, and then we only know the negative aspects or what we don't like about what the other party is saying. So I know the mindset and the set of sentiments I was in when I would say very briefly that the vote to override was simply because there was a very quick deadline that we needed to meet if we wanted to pursue the election. And frankly, I need to put it honestly, what hurt me was that it was the entire ballot that was vetoed and not the specific amendment, although I completely understand that that was the sole option that you had on the table. In more practical terms, I am fully willing at this point to get rid of the problematic aspect of the amendment. And I really appreciate what the Attorney General said, and knowing you personally, I think you fully mean it, that we really have a path here in front of us if we decide to fight with and not against one another, of carving out for ourselves way more autonomy than we currently have. And to set up that infrastructure. To be frank, I think both sides have a part of the blame of why this went the way it did. I think we could have communicated a whole lot better. I think once things are set out in public, they're set out in an email chain, there's a certain cascading aspect to it. They get out of your control and you feel that you're not responding to the other party, but now you're responding to this perceived audience that you're not performing to rather than just communicating with the other side. So frankly, I apologize for my role in that. And I personally, I'll make it fully transparent. I really want this election to go through. There are certain things on it that I think are really important for the student body's voice to be heard on. But I think you've been heard on this part, and I appreciate your persistence and guidance. Thank you, Ben.
Do you have any questions for President and Attorney General? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I mean,
Just
Senator Hyde.
Do you feel a lot of these changes could potentially be pursued in legal code and the bylaws alternatively? Not apart from the ones regarding the fiscal authority for both offices.
One thing that's presented in Article 7, I believe, is the president versus presiding officer argument that we had earlier in the year. Does everybody remember that? Yeah, okay, good. That one could be something that the Senate looks at. That one would be something that would be not able to be addressed by laws or standing policy changes. Coming up with standing policies, I've realized is actually a very significant approach to just kind of codifying, like, hey, the Senate should consider like implementing certain things this way, you know, funding avenues, whatever you want to do. I think as Rules Committee, one of the things that we're looking at is trying to confront the issue of staff not being able to like work with students and like not feeling like they can. And that's not saying like staff don't feel like that. Right? I would love it, you know, I don't know when it would be appropriate to invite staff members to speak with me on that. Perhaps we'll try to. I'd love to hear Holly. I'd love to hear like some input from Holly on that, but like we don't have to deliberate that now. But the chair, I'll defer to you. When it comes to like what we're trying to do as Rules Committee is literally just introduce bylaw changes and say, hey, we're gonna have dinners and like get staff and students together during spring quarter when they're elected so that they can meet and be introduced to all the people that are there to support and advise them. For the senators who have just joined us at the table, like, do you know who your direct advisor is for the Senate by name? No, and no one's told you. Like, it's those things, right? Like, it's very kind of like very simple, very procedural things that we could fix. And it's just like getting people into a room. I've been in here for 3 weeks speaking on these amendments and saying that they've been unenforceable. And like, I've been here and I could answer questions. So it's like, please ask. We veto, and then it's unanimously overturned in less than 24 hours. This is taking on the same tone, I think, as the previous. So it's like, in terms of bylaws and standing policies, we're working on stuff. Not everything needs to be constitutional. Constitutional is like you identify the parties that are responsible for certain things, and then you explore all of that in the bylaws and standing policies. There's so much that's possible. Just don't do anything that's blatantly unconstitutional. So yeah, thank you, Senator Iden. You're absolutely right.
I'll be yielding the chairship back to the IUC. We're still in the discussion. Yeah.
How long have we been in this discussion now? Does anyone have time?
Pretty much since the recess ended, I would say.
Recess ended around, I would say like 40 minutes ago. Okay, cool. We feel like we're done with this discussion. Yeah. I'm seeing nobody go against that. Thank you so much, y'all, for coming up and discussing with us. Now moving into the AG recommendation on ASEOP grant catastrophic events criteria. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Thing, if I remember it correctly. I can talk about
It was just never properly addressed.
If I remember correctly, EOP is something that June and I, well, tried to work on a little bit when I was senator. If I'm not mistaken, and you have to correct me, EOP considers citizenship as one of its grant funding criteria. And yes, ma'am.
Yes, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. So the problem with EAP is not with the citizenship. That's bad. But the EOP, they do not actually prove up to the qualification check on anybody. They relies on the federal and state financial aid, which means if you are a Pell Grant or Pell Grant recipient, you automatically become a EOP recipient. And that's the only way. There was no other option. The problem with that is international students are not eligible for any state and federal financial aid. So we're out, even though EOP is completely funded by student fee. So from the bottom of my heart, I really do appreciate the general support and.
And to continue, thank you, Councilmember. The thing is that it's partially funded by student fees. And so the emergency grants, right? For us, there's another mechanism by which we can administer emergency aid to students who are affected in terms of disaster, and it's called the Financial Crisis Response Team. It's a much more centralized, it's all confidential, like it just goes into there and it's not really the amounts that they give out do sum into the thousands of dollars, and to my knowledge, it is not factored into the school's like end of year calculation for your financial aid. Whereas EOP grant would be publicly available, you would have to record it as income. And so those things have been kind of like weighing on my mind. And so my recommendation to the Senate was that I would recommend going more fully into the financial crisis response team if we were going to pursue a route for the wildfires. But with the understanding that, you know, I'm completely deferring to the Senate on that option. So to make use of the recommendation, but feel free to come up with anything that you guys would like. But I wanted to explain why I choose financial crisis response team over EOP. Is that clear to everybody?
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions or comments, concerns? Roxy Clara?
I work at the basic needs, and I do agree with that sentiment. I think FCRT would get better when it comes to the wildfires, just because EOP tends to be more of like an academic support to like other types of students within the campus. But yeah.
Thank you, Roxy.
Do any further questions, comments, concerns? Anybody on Zoom? Yes, AG Carlson?
I was asked that it would be sufficient for the Senate to just make a motion on it, just like expressing, but I was kind of unsure what the motion language would be. If there, I imagine if I included something in my email, if I didn't.
I've been locked out of my office for the past week,
As well.
so I have not had access to my email.
If not,
Let me look through that one. I read it. When was this set?
I don't know.
Period.
I'll,
What?
I'll look for it.
Okay, if you could just forward that to me, that'd be great. Okay. I think that closes out the discussion. A lot of things being discussed. I suggest that we move into, no, I don't suggest anything. Find out. External reports. Do you have any external reports today?
No.
No. You count under unit reports? Do you want to give a report? Period. Inviting Chair Hansen to the stand. I just feel like stand is a pretty word, but I also watch a lot of what's that like really gay anime? You know what I'm talking about? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's why I'm a fan of stands. Sorry. Very niche joke, but if you like anime, you get it.
I feel like you would love, the game Ace Attorney.
Okay, I know about Ace Attorney. Okay, you have the floor.
Okay, I'll keep it short. I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. I have a different meeting I had to be to. Last week, the elections board voted on a precise timeline for the election, and we are going to stick to it at this point. It will be the last time I come and tell you our timeline has somewhat shifted. So since President's Day is Monday of next week, we will start this election Tuesday at 8 a.m. It will then run until Friday at 1 p.m. of week 8. We determined that since this election is double the time of a typical election, the most equitable solution for the concepts of extending the election is just to say there is no extensions. So other than that, if you guys want to submit pro-con statements, email me for these amendments. This won't be like the language. This doesn't have to be as diplomatic. It can have opinion in it. So email me for that. Other than that, yeah, we start candidate registration for spring general election Monday of next week as well. That'll go until week 9, and then candidate orientation meeting is week 9. Any of you guys that will run again, just, it'll be in a bulk mail and on the elections board site. You just need to fill it out in that time. Other than that, yeah, let's have this election.
I don't know, I raised my hand in literally chair. Thank you for coming and giving your report. I just wanted to touch base because you said something about bulk mail. So will the winter special election link and information be also sent via bulk mail?
Yes,
Has that already been organized?
it's getting organized tomorrow on elections board.
Okay, because I know the timeline for those bulk emails takes a while. If you need any support with that, please let us know. We are literally having a meeting tomorrow with Margaret. Yay. But I believe that also does go into the Office of Administrative Services. So we'll have to touch base on that. Does anyone have any questions? On Zoom? Oh, Senator Ganesh?
Just for clarification, that's from Tuesday, the 18th to Friday, the 28th.
Yes, 10 days.
And no,
Yeah, go ahead.
and no, extension.
Yes. We determined that since it's over double the time of our typical elections. Like our typical elections, we have to finish our typical elections. These ones, we've already discussed the issues with perpetual elections. So we did determine that since it was over double the time, that the hard deadline was an option.
Senator Ganesh?
Do you think it's possible to reach the voting threshold in 10 days?
I think if everyone who has advocated for it in the Senate advocates for it with the student body as hard as they have, we can definitely have a good shot. And I did send you guys that email explaining that, like, me and my board can advertise the election, but advertising the constitutional amendments, since it is something on the ballot, is, other than the supplement, is all the Senate
Right.
constitutionally.
Still don't have access to my email. I'm so irritated. Does anybody have any questions? Further questions for Chair Hansen? All right, seeing none. Thank you for being here. Yay. All right, let's move into, oh, do we have any more unit reports from anybody in the audience? Cool. Did we vote on yeah, we'll now move into appointments. Oh, T. Your clipboard is so cute.
You can borrow it anytime.
We might have to bring it next week if that's true.
That's fine.
Bye bye. No excusing Senator Lankarani. Okay, cool. We're now moving into minutes and appointments. Or minutes and allocations, my bad. Senator Butler?
Motion to add the appointment of Leo Corsan.
No, we're not in appointments yet. We're in minutes and allocations. Sorry, I misspoke. Senator Butler?
Motion to approve the minutes.
There's been a motion to approve minutes and allocations in the to be approved folder. Do we have a second, Senator Wang?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Wang. We are now in discussion. Senator Amin? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Do you have any objections to the consent? All right, seeing none, motion passes. Let's now move into appointments. Senator Cadal?
Motion to add my own resignation, Senator Goodall from Senate Liaison, to the Elections Board.
There's been a motion to add the resignation of Senator Cadal as Senate Liaison for Elections Board onto the appointments. Do we have a second? Senator Wahidullah? Second. Seconded by Senator Wahidullah. Oh, we are now in discussion. Senator Wang? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, the resignation has now been added to appointments. Senator Ganesh?
I was just taking a note. It has been sent, it just sent forward.
Can you paste that?
But I sent it to already. It's in the.
Go ahead.
Motion to add co-chair Maya Clark to the appointment. The president has received their statement of supplement. Motion to add conference director Karen Edward Oates to score, finance chair Meg Chang to score, Cassandra Garcia Serrano to publicity / marketing chair to score. Motion to accept, in addition, accepting the resignation of Shayna Hall from liaison committee. And adding the appointment of Andrew Lay, Anthony Alonso, and Dina Farm, all as members of member at large for liaison committee. And adding Paul Bank committee, Dennis Gator chair, Kimberly Lopez vice chair, Sadia Kajli treasurer, Mia Lopez public affairs coordinator, Melanie Mendoza public affairs coordinator, Amelia Cambria public affairs coordinator.
Can you clarify one more time, who? Oh, this is all going. All right. There's been a motion to add the following appointments and resignations to the agenda under appointments. As the co-chair of the Commission on Disability Equity, Maya Clark. For the Student Commission on Racial Equity, the conference, Harris Eber Oates as conference director, Meg Chang as finance chair, and Cassandra Garcia Serrano as publicity marketing chair. For liaison committee, Andrew Lee as member at large, Anthony Alonso as member at large, Dean Hassan as member at large. The resignation of Shayna Hawk. Was she member at large? As member at large. Kellis Gator, what was this also received?
Oh, yeah, I just want to end it, no. So, really,
Okay. Kimberly Lopez as vice chair of the food bank committee. Sadia Kadri, I don't know how to say that. Kadri as treasurer, Mia Lopez as public affairs coordinator, Melanie Mendoza as public affairs coordinator, and Camelia Pavia as public affairs coordinator. Do we have a second? Senator Lala?
Pardon, I was just sent a request to add one appointment and one resignation onto the list.
Can you add that after we pass this motion? Period, okay. We are still, Senator Cook?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Cook, you're in our discussion. Senator Wang? Question has been called, do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, it has now been added to the agenda. Senator Lala?
Motion to add the resignation of Hannah Whiteman as nutrition coordinator for COSWEB onto the agenda.
All right, there's been a motion to add the resignation of Hannah Whiteman as the nutrition coordinator, correct? Of COSWEB onto the agenda. Do we have a second? Senator Wahidullah, seconded by Senator Wahidullah. We are now in discussion. Senator Chaudhry? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, has now been added to the agenda. Thank you everyone for your participation.
Okay, one more.
Yes, Senator Lola?
Motion to add the appointment of Sophia Rodriguez for nutrition coordinator of COSWEB.
There's been a motion to add the appointment of Sophia Rodriguez as the nutrition coordinator of COSWEB onto the agenda. Do we have a second? Senator Wahidullah? Second. Seconded by Senator Wahidullah. We are not in discussion. Senator Proxy Clara?
Call question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Do we have any objections to the consent? All right, seeing none, motion passes. All right, cool. Yes, Senator Butler?
Motion to add the appointment of Leah Corsandi as Senate liaison for.
All right, there's been a motion to add the appointment of Leah Corsandi as Senate liaison for elections board. Do we have a second? Senator Lala?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lala. We are now in discussion. Senator Gerson? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. Is that it? Do we feel resolved? Well, floor is open. Senator Butler?
Motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations.
There's been a motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations. Do we have a second? Senator Wang?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Wang. We are now in discussion. Senator Mahis? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. Beep, 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 beep. I believe we only have one thing left on the agenda. How are we feeling about the agenda? Do we want to accept her?
Well, we haven't, did the action item for the,
Afterwards?
we never approved it.
We can still accept no, we can still accept the agenda. It just means that everything in the agenda will not be changed. We can still make motions. Or we can just do that later. Okay, period, whatever. Yes, Senator Iden?
I move to go back to the Senate review copy of winter special elections.
You want to motion?
You don't have to motion.
It's not a motion, it's just request of the chair.
Okay, period. I will accept that suggestion. We are now moving back into. So long. We are now moving back into the Senate review copy of the winter special election 218 to 228 election supplement and ballot language. Senator Iden?
Okay, so I would appreciate everyone's discussion on this, especially given a lot of the information and just the events that have led up to everything surrounding this ballot. I've had some deliberations with Senator Lala regarding this, specifically regarding Article 7. I think the best course of action here, given that most of these other changes can be elaborated in the bylaws for oversight abilities or like interactions within the executive director, I would like to remove all proposed changes apart from 2, which would be leaving the change from the internal vice president to become not the presiding officer, but the president, which would allow for the chairship changes, and leaving the change basically creating it so the cabinet picks of the president are required by Senate ratification. Those are the 2 things I would like to leave in the Constitution. Everything else I would like to strike.
Is that a motion?
No, that's just the discussion.
All right. We're now in discussion about what Senator Iden just proposed. Senator Ganesh?
Here's the thing, you've gone back and forth about this for God knows how many minutes. Everyone who had an opposition has opposed, and now somehow we don't have an opposition. Put it on the ballot. Why do you care? In a nice way, but like why? If it doesn't, if there's no harm in putting it on the ballot, why would you remove it?
Sure.
Oh, yes, Senator Bean?
It was just explained to us.
It is to my understanding that those statements were constructed before we made the amendments. Senator Iden?
So within my discussion, with, member Joff of JC and, AG Carlson. So there's 2 issues with a lot of these, the actual like oversight of staff auditing, organization, management, spaces, is not exactly tenable. And also there is the second point is a lot of these responsibilities are better defined within the bylaws compared to a constitutional one, or else we risk going into the problem such as the IVP is the presiding officer of the Senate, where you can't really make a change to that in the bylaws at that point in time. It's like those responsibilities that we dictate in this constitutional change are their responsibilities, and we'd have to go through a whole election again compared to leaving it to a, like water, like bylaws are constantly changing, allowing these responsibilities to shift and change over time and allowing them to be more flexible.
You had your hand up before. You want to say anything?
I mean. Put in plain English, if we don't. And maybe I wasn't following the exact detail of where your question was aimed towards, but if we don't make these changes. There won't be an election. That's why, I mean, it's not a matter of why don't we let it up to the students to decide, it's either we. We do this, or all the work that's gone into all the hours of very enjoyable yelling back and forth. On the details of Amendment 6. Are all for naught, basically, so.
Senator Ganesh?
Senator, I didn't know proposing that you do just Article 10.
It was to my understanding that what Senator Iden proposed is that we leave, subsection B, subsection, A, and subsection A, subsection. Sorry, I'm trying to see that, I'm not seeing it. You can clarify, Senator Iden.
Yeah, so the only, I want to strike all, changes to Article 7 as they could be elaborated on in bylaws alternatively. And leave the portion of legal code, in the Constitution that would, make the IVP the president of the Senate. And the portion that would require Senate or, the president's, cabinet to be ratified by the Senate and not subject, like, because as it currently stands, they can pick their cabinet, it's not subject to ratification. I would like that changed so that it is subject to ratification.
All right, so just to clarify, that is under Article 7, subsection A, subsection L, and then subsection B, subsection A. So you remove everything except for L and A. Is that clear? That wasn't a motion, right? It was just, yeah, that was just a discussion point. Senator Iden?
Motion to open up Senate review copy of winter election supplement and ballot.
All right, there's been a motion to open Senate review copy of winter special election 218-228 election supplement and ballot. Do we have a second? Senator Lola? Seconded, we are now in discussion. Senator Waidula? Question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
Do you have any objections to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. To open Senate review copy of winter special election 218-228 election supplement and ballot. Senator Iden?
Okay, motion to amend Article 7 to remove all proposed changes to the ballot apart from subsection A, clause L, and subsection B, clause A.
There has been a motion to strike all suggestions in Article 7, Section 2, subsection A, apart from clause L, and from subsection B, clause A. Do we have a second? Senator Waidula? Seconded by Senator Waidula. We are now in discussion. Proxy Clara?
Point of information, can you explain exactly how this would be better, like legally, when it comes to the amendments?
Senator Iden?
Yeah, so for example, one of the main issues we've had this year is the IVP being stuck as the presiding officer of the Senate, because that's a constitutional responsibility that we cannot change within the Senate. So a lot of these amendments that are being made to these roles, it's as AG Carlson stated. So for example, in clause B of the internal vice president, it's serve as representative associated in all internal affairs. So that's our broad overarching, guideline. The internal affairs is everything within the association and somewhat campus. So by enumerating these responsibilities within the bylaws is better suited because it allows for flexibility as the years progress and as people change within this role. Compared to being like a constitutional amendment, like where the IVP is stuck as presiding officer and it's not flexible. It's just, you don't want to get bound up in legal code that you're gonna have to go through another election to change in the future. And I'd rather it be like a flexible thing we can work with over time.
Okay. Senator Butler?
Call the question.
The question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. Wait, sorry, I didn't look at the Zoom. Okay. Senator Iden?
I also just wanted to thank everyone for undergoing this process with us all. It was definitely a learning experience. You know, things change, opinions change, the way you see things change. I was for a lot of these at one point, but I think that's okay to have your opinions change, and like it's a learning process like at all times when we're doing this. So I just really appreciate everyone's effort towards this. And I don't think it's like a lot of these changes are all for naught. I think a lot of these you know, are good stepping stones for how we want to, you know, approach the bylaws in the future and the rest of the association.
Okay. Can somebody strike that, please? Oh, wait. No, I did that. I'm like, no, finding the shit on my computer. Oh, format. Oh, format text, okay.
Chair.
Sorry, I'm still striking.
So you, the only things you have to, you don't necessarily strike anything, since this is our election supplement. We'll delete all the changes, and then we'll leave the legal code that is already in place. So like, in subsection D and C, like those would all stay. Just the bolded portions would be removed.
Okay, let me control Z a bunch, hold on. Do you have access to the document?
Yeah, do you mind if I just start going to town on this?
Do your thing, but I do think it's important that we also show the revision that has been made to this document, and that's why I was striking instead of deleting. Senator Iden?
Do you mind if, because I was gonna ask what he would have preferred if we're passing this.
Okay, Foxy Claro?
Motion to reconsider to strike, all of the sections mentioned by Senator Iden.
There's been a motion to reconsider all of the strikes that proposed by Senator Iden. Do we have a second? Senator Kadal?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kadal. We are now in discussion. Senator Amin?
What? I don't know if you know what Proxy Clara. Can I ask you why?
Proxy Claro?
I don't understand why amending, I don't think it's been properly communicated to me on why this immediate change would somehow make passing the amendments like more possible.
Senator Lala?
Because we have heard from the people who have been objecting to these amendments, that striking these amendments would make it possible. From me to you, I think we would waste both of our times if we went down this route. Let's just get it over with, honestly.
Proxy Claro?
Just for the record, can you explain explicitly how?
Senator Lala?
Not my job.
I'm sorry, as a senator, it's from my understanding that this is your job. We are trying to get the student body to vote on amendments that have been considered and reconsidered for the past month. We've been discussing pretty much all year. It is your job to state your case, especially if you are having such a clear positionality. Senator Lala?
Sure, so it's not my job in the same way that it was the Attorney General's, and he did very well just a few minutes ago. To explain the details of it, to put it into plain English then, and at least the way I understood it, was that it goes against the way that this association is currently structured to put students over to the point where they have jurisdiction over staff, and if we want to do that, we have to go this other route of carving out more autonomy for ourselves. If you want to continue, I was hoping that maybe you would just rescind and we'd go to a peaceful resolution of this and we'd all sing Kumbaya. If not, we can just vote to go like this.
Senator Ganesh?
I'm going to ask you that question. After we spent so long amending it to be more palatable on the basis of whatever we got, is it still not worth putting it on the ballot? It's not even.
Senator Wyden?
Okay, we're getting to the point where like in a roundabout of like why it's best to drop these changes, in my opinion. So it's enumerated in bylaws, not the Constitution. I think like the argument of, oh, just leave it up to the students is makes sense at times. For these, it's, you know, it's what we're putting on the ballot, so it's like, it's either all or nothing, and I am like, it's getting repetitive at this point where it's like, why would we drop all this? Okay, that's been answered, but I get more flexibility enumerating bylaws, so like, I don't see the point in continue a back and forth of the same discussion that we've been like having, and Senator Lala was justified in his response that he doesn't need to enumerate on that anymore.
I'm getting to a point where I want to propose a hand vote to approve every single one of these amendments. If this is so incredibly contentious, we can go by it one by one, understand each other's points, and then move on. That is going to take a lot of time, but I'm dedicated. Senator Gerson?
If there's specific ones that are contentious, why don't we just talk about those?
That's why,
going through all of them.
but that's why we would go through every single one. It seems that what is contentious and what isn't contentious still has not been clear. Senator Butler?
We're in a discussion to reconsider changes that have already been changed about Article 7. Which I'm considered for asking Proxy Flero to present his motion.
Yes. Judicial Council Member Jha.
Okay, Chair, that my public forum rest now. I haven't died.
Okay. We're in discussion. We're still in discussion for a motion to reconsider the strike. So we can't, unfortunately, we can't just go to public forum. If someone would like to call a question, then we can move forward and do something about this shit. I'm fully down to go each single one hand vote. I'm so dead ass. Yes, Senator Gerson?
Why doesn't Proxy Flero, as he's the one who made the motion?
Motion to reconsider, yes.
Motion to reconsider, list off the specific ones he wants to go over. Actually, just kidding. Ignore what I said. Take it back. Strike from record.
Thank you, Senator Gerson. Senator Waidula? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Objection.
All right, an objection has been called. Would you like to rescind your original motion?
Like to rescind the original motion.
You would like to rescind your motion? All right. Seeing that the motion has been rescinded, we're still in this document. It's still open. Senator Butler?
Motion to close Senate review copy of winter special election 218-228 election supplement and ballot.
Point of inquiry,
Yes, Senator Hyden?
would I have to finish these changes before we close, or can I, if they're already like enumerated in the agenda, could I finish them after?
I suggest we give it a beat until we have public forum and hear what ex-parliamentarian Jha, newly judicial council member Jha has to say. But I will be making a copy of this. But yeah, a motion has been made to close the Senate review copy of the winter special election 218-228 election supplement and ballot language. Do we have a second, Senator Iden?
Chair, could I request that Senator Butler rescinds her motion, and I can make these changes, we can come back to it after public forum?
We are not in discussion.
I can make any point, I don't have to second a motion.
I guess. Senator Butler?
I'll rescind my motion.
All right, motion rescinded,
Thank you.
still open for surgery. Senator Singh?
Motion to strike the motion to amend Article 7 to remove all proposed changes to ballot auto part, Section 2, subsection A, subsection L, and subsection B, clause A.
All right, I'm gonna need that language because that was very confusing. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm gonna read it again so I could relay that information to the public. All right, there's been a motion to strike a motion to amend Article 7 to remove all proposed changes to the ballot. All apart, Section 2, subsection A, subsection L, and subsection B, clause A. Do we have a second? Senator Ganesh? Seconded, we are now in discussion. Senator Claro?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Objection.
Right, an objection has been called. Yeah, what is your objection to, Senator Iden? Oh, would you like to rescind your motion?
No.
All right, motion has not been rescinded. Yeah, we're going into a vote. Can I ask your grounds?
Yes, my grounds are, if we are at this point in the deliberations, I would request to just do a hand vote.
I agree.
Sure.
Yes, Senator Iden?
Under Robert's Rules of Order, it's under your prerogative on how you would like to do the vote. So I rescind my objection under the grounds that you do it as a hand vote.
All right. I'm down for hand vote. I'm down for hand vote. So just to clarify, we are voting on striking the motion to amend Article 7.
I'm voting on just striking.
No. No.
We're voting on the motion to strike.
Yeah, we are voting on the motion to strike the motion to amend Article 7. Is that clear? Period. It's time to vote. Yay! Does everybody understand what we're voting on?
Sure, could I elaborate one more time just so everyone's aware?
Yes, Senator Iden.
Okay. So maybe Senator Singh gives his argument for why he would like to retain these changes. So my argument once more is a lot of these changes could be enumerated in the bylaws. Constitution constricts the responsibilities. A lot of these are likely to get shot down by executive director and campus. And I think just leaving those two changes is best and enumerating all the other responsibilities in the bylaws is better serving of the association. So a vote no on this would let this be enumerated in the bylaws and maintain the presiding officer become president and the president's cabinet subject to ratification. So that's what a vote no would mean.
Period. Senator Singh?
The reason why I want to strike the motion is because I want to go into a detailed discussion on why we should strike these amendments before we actually do them. The reason being is because I still don't understand what the legal grounds are. We've been told that it's against UC policy 3301, but can anyone even tell me what the UC policy states exactly and why it is against it?
Sure.
We are in a vote. I'm actually tired of y'all talking and I think that we should just vote. I think everybody understands at this point what we are voting on because we are in a vote. We are not in discussion. Right. Hands up for yes, to strike the motion to amend Article 7, proposed by Senator Iden to remove all changes to the ballot language apart from section 2, subsection A, subsection L, and subsection B, clause A. I'm seeing a lot of confused faces.
No, the table.
And my computer just died. All this would do is bring us back into discussion on all of the amendments in the winter special election ballot language. Okay? Hands up if you're still confused. It's completely okay to be confused. I'm more than down to explain further what we are doing. Yes, Senator Dolly.
I'm just confused on, is the vote for yes to keep it or strike it? Or is the vote, that's just the only.
The vote is to essentially go back on what was just proposed to strike everything.
Is that the vote for yes or for no? That's what.
Okay, the vote for yes essentially removes all of those strikes proposed by Senator Iden. A vote for no is to keep those strikes proposed by Senator Iden. An abstention is just none of those. You're just like indifferent. Period. Are we all in understanding? Those on Zoom, anybody confused?
No, I get it.
Okay, cool. So hands up for yes. No. Abstentions? Senator Olalekan, or is that an abstention?
Yes.
We are at such a weird point, but technically it is 50+1. So motion passes. All right, motion passes to strike the motion to amend Article 7 to remove all proposed changes to the ballot, all apart section 2, subsection A, clause L, and subsection B, clause A. It is still open. Senator Ganesh? Copy of the election. Election Education Supplement and ballot language. Do we have a second, Senator Wang?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Wang. We are now in discussion. Senator, Proxy Clara, question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Objection.
Great. I really have to pee.
Karen, you can ask me.
Uh. Senator Ganesh, do you rescind your motion? Yes.
Please go into the forum and let the men speak.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then.
If we close this, we can go into public forum and then we can come back and we can do this until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Please.
Yes, Senator Ganesh?
The point here is we need to let the man speak while the shit is still open.
Well, no, because it's public forum. We would be leaving a document open and then leaving. The thing is, if we close it, we can come back. Did we not just see that we can like go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth as many times as we want? There is nothing permanent until the agenda is accepted and we leave. And even when that happens, we can still rescind whatever we do. Is that understood? I'm getting frustrated because there's too many voices. I propose something that I believe is fair. We hand vote on essentially every single proposed amendment. I think we can get through that in less than an hour. If we continue this back and forth discussion, it gets us nowhere. We have no actual understanding of what everyone is doing and what it actually is illegal or contentious. I'm doing air quotes because it's alleged. Does that make sense? Okay.
Would the chair be open to a 5 minutes recess?
Yes, that's what I want. I want to pee.
Yeah.
I really want to I want to pee. Somebody want to, can we please? We are now still in discussion on the motion to close. There was an objection made. You are refusing.
I haven't said anything.
Okay, would you like to rescind your motion?
No, okay, I understand.
You rescind your motion. It's still open. Senator Iden,
Motion to enter a 5-minute recess.
there's been a motion to enter a 5-minute recess. Senator Wayne, seconded by Senator Wayne. We are now in discussion. Senator Amin, question has been called. Do you have any objections? You are moving into a 5-minute recess. I have also promised our dear AS minute takers that at 11 o'clock, we will be moving to AS Main.
You wanted to start that now and then. All right.
Yeah. I should.
Did they end the meeting?
I'm pretty sure they're moving locations.
Oh, they're moving locations. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 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 you guys are playing the end. Yeah.
I like Oh, that's we can finish it. Oh,
It brings back so many memories. Yes, it does. I have power. I have 1/4. It's here. We have that's Connect States. So
I heard it owl, who, but it didn't.
I checked the connection of out. Give me 2 cores, Mr. Gold Connect. So that's the power, that's this is power? Yeah, that's power, and that's signal. Okay, so that should be everything. So now all we need is a connect? Change to. No, that's no. Can I just unplug it? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, try.
We have a different one of these. How about we try to plug it in gradually? Wait, why do we even fucking need it? Stop streaming, that's one. Alright, got it. Good. Good job, MJ.
Appreciate the help. Ollie, are you able to hear us? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay.
But yeah.
Hi, Clara. Do you know I'm sitting here?
No one. No, I'm not sure. You're not.
All right, we have extension cord over here. Yeah.
And then.
I yelled, but I don't find All right, all. I'm gonna plug in my computer and then we're gonna start. Fine. Are we recording still? Or?
IVP, the Zoom is muted. Okay, I can hear you guys now.
For a reason.
Wait, you muted yourself again.
I muted for a reason. We're still setting up.
Okay, perfect.
Because we're still trying to organize. We are back in session at 11:14 PM. We are still in action items for the the Senate review copy of the winter special election 218, 228 election supplement and ballot language. My computer's still loading. I suggest that we all open it up and review. Yeah, period. Okay. Yes, yes. I propose that we go one by one. Hand voting for approval on each amendment proposed, which is bolded, and in the case of section 2, subsection A, article E, it's in red. Don't know why, but it looks pretty. Can everyone on Zoom hear us?
Yep, you're all good. Thank you.
Period. My computer's still not fully turned on. Yes, Senator Singh?
I'd like to invite council member presentation.
Sure.
Chair, so I always speak. So there are two layers to the constitution amendments. The first layer is legality of it. And to that, so I'm speaking as my personal capacity. And so take it with a grain of salt. But my opinion is that everything that was mentioned in Holly's email had to go in their entirety or heavily amended. The usage regime policies as it stands right now, AI operates under explicit authority given by the UCAUT to the Chancellor, to the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, to the Executive Director. We only have those limited power, and anything outside the scope is a violation to regime policy. With that said, provided the Senate remove everything mentioned in Holly's email, it is my opinion that everything else it's in compliance with relevant regime policy. I strongly invite you to invite in general to double check on that. And the director on student leadership community development. And that's my opinion on it. Now, the second layer is if you all want to get it passed, so it will be a very uphill battle. 20% it's not easy. And as long as someone just chooses to not vote, everything will fail. So that's the political question for you to consider. But for the legal question, as long as everything in House email is taken out, so you are in the clear, in my opinion. Yeah.
Can you please open up this for you? All right, thank you so much, Judicial Council Member Ja. I don't have access to my email other than on the computer in my office, so I'll review that now. Yes, Councilmember Ja.
Yes, so the relevant article are Article 7, Section 2, subsection A. Subsection A. Subsection E. And then subsection B, subsection B. Subsection B, subsection J.
Has already been. Okay, to clarify. That is. Article 7, section 2. I don't have access to the email section. Can you list those out in text to me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I'll be highlighting these so it is clear, everyone. In bright purple. Oh, purple is not readable, might be. It's a better color. Oh, that is ugly. It's not ugly. Whatever. Gonna be highlighting them in orange. So the recommendation was made for clause A and E. Under subsection A. Section 2 of Article 7. They are now either in purple or yellow. It's not turning. Not purple, orange. And then clause, and under Article 7, Section 2, subsection B, clause B. And J. All right. There's been a recommendation from Parliamentarian Shaw. I suggest we all review those right now and make a decision on whether or not to make that motion. Yes, Senator Su?
The ones that need to be amended or the ones that need to be struck?
The amendments made to these, the amendments that have been made to these clauses need to be struck. So they will remain as is in our constitution, and we will make no changes to those specific clauses. As for Article E, or Clause E. Hold up, I need to pull up legal code. But my computer might crash. Can you pull up legal code? So okay. As it stands. Okay. Um, Okay, under, as it stands in legal code. Under Article 7, Section 2. Subsection 1. Subsection A, Clause A. Is be the chief executive officer of the associated students and shall coordinate and be responsible for the functioning of the AS executive director. So what is highlighted for Clause A would essentially just stay to that. For E would be for E, it would just essentially just dissolve, considering it was added in. Yeah. So E, as it stands in legal code right now, is just name the chairperson of the Judicial Council from its membership subject to a 2/3 majority approval of the voting ship member of the Senate. Which is Clause F in the election supplement and ballot language. So it would essentially be removed completely. As for subsection B, Clause B, that would just remain as serve as the representative of associated students in all internal affairs. So what would be struck is the and shall oversee jurisdiction over all matters pertaining to AS professional staff / human resources, auditing, organization, and management. For J is which level? What number is that? So J as it stands is clause 6 under subsection B. And it will remain serve as the official overseer and reference for all interactions between the Senate liaisons and their BCUs. They must also train the senators in how to be liaisons. Essentially, what has been struck before will remain. That was it for the recommendation of Judicial Council member Jha. Is that understood? All right. The floor is open to make any motions, whether it be the recommendation of Council member Jha or not. This is also in line with recommendation made by Holly Mays, our of our Assistant Director of Governmental Affairs, Holly Mays. I propose that someone make the motion to strike all amendments made to Article 7, Section 2, subsection A, Clause A and E, as well as Article 7, Section 2, subsection B, Clause A, Clause B, and J.
Subsection B, subsection A, but that's not the right.
Let me review that now. For subsection A, Clause A and E, they are in orange.
Yep.
So for what you're referring to is subsection B, Clause B and J, they are highlighted.
Yeah, no, you also said James.
Oh, yeah, I know,
Yes,
yeah. Senator Butler?
Motion to strike all amendments made to Article 7, Section 2, subsection A, Clause A, and E, Article 7, Section 2, subsection B, Clause B, and J.
All right, there's been a motion to strike all amendments made to Article 7, Section 2, subsection A, Clause A and E, as well as subsection B, Clause B, and J. Proxy Claro?
Second.
Seconded by Proxy Claro. We are now in discussion. Senator Lala?
If Senator Butler would, please humor me on this, if you could either maybe, if you'd be willing to rescind the motion, or maybe we could reconsider, and I could make a second one. I would also like to add section I onto that, because there are serious issue that my that's L. Because there's serious concern that this could go against certain stipulations of the Bill of Rights, which protect students from arbitrary measures. And the nonpartisan section here is specifically added on to the Constitution to protect against such acts?
Senator Butler?
You'd be referring to,
This.
yeah. This, but of the, yep, I'd be willing to amend. So, I'd like to amend my motion. To strike all amendments made to Article 7, Section 2, subsection A, clause A and E, Article 7, subsection 2, or Article 7, Section 2, subsections B, J, and L.
Yeah, I understand. I'm processing. I understand a motion has been made. But I don't want to recognize that motion yet. Before Senator Lala explains what he defines nonpartisan as.
I yield mine. Senator Ryan.
Senator Iden?
Just to elaborate, our student bill of rights, ASU students shall not pass any resolution that discriminates against students, or nor support any entity that discriminates against students. This necessarily isn't labeling or like discriminating in itself in a way that it looks discrimination. I also don't see why we would want the IDB in positions representatives of partisan.
It is to my understanding that our student bill of rights in itself is a bias. It is a bias to protect our student body. Our student bill of rights would still stand. It would just mean that the future internal vice president has to abide that and bring that forward in a more serious manner. Nonpartisan is usually used to describe party affiliation, which our association does not have. That's all I really gotta say. Senator Suk?
What if we say in part?
Then we don't bring, part of it, and impartial is kind of another way. You could argue of saying not partial, but then it's more, it brings discrimination in language. It's like, it's addressing that, just an idea.
Senator Suk, you're a genius. Senator Lala?
I think that's brilliant, Senator Butler, maybe we could amend once more.
I didn't bring your motion forward. So a motion has still not been made, we're still in discussion.
You're allowed to not recognize the motion?
Yes. If I feel like proper discussion has not been had. Senator Butler? So I believe that we are still right. Real quick, who seconded the motion? There was not a second.
I amended it, and you didn't recognize the amendment.
Right. I can recognize it now. There's been a motion made to amend to strike all amendments to Article 7, Section 2, subsection A, Clause A and E. Article 7, Section 2, subsection B, Clause B, J, and L. Senator Butler?
Point of information, it's open, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to rescind my motion.
You'd like to rescind your motion? Cool. Beautiful. I love playing semantics with y'all. I'm not even being sarcastic. Senator Butler?
Senator Sue, what was that word that you said?
Impartial.
Impartial, okay, cool, cool, cool. Could you recognize your motion at this time? They already put it there. We have the motion.
Yes, Senator Butler?
Okay.
Just make the amendment first, and then we can.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Senator Butler?
Motion to amend Article 7, Section 2, subsection B, Clause L. Replacing nonpartisan to impartial.
Cool. There's been a motion made to amend Clause L of subsection B, Section 1, or Section 2 of Article 7 from nonpartisan to impartial. Do we have a second, Senator Lala? Seconded by Senator Lala. We are now in discussion. Senator Ganesh? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. We're getting somewhere. Senator Butler?
Motion to strike all amendments made to Article 7, Section 2, subsection A, Clause A and E, Article 7, Section 2, subsection B, Clause B and J.
There's been a motion to strike all amendments made to Article 7, Section 2, subsection A, Clause A and E, Article 7, Section 2, subsection B, Clause B and J. Do we have a second? Senator Lala?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lala. We are now in discussion. Senator Sue?
Must be that guy, but section J talks about Senate liaison. Should we like be more specific with liaison committee? Or like, should we leave that in?
From my interaction with liaisons and BCUs so far, I feel like it makes sense in there, but as liaison committee vice chair, if you have anything to add, I feel like it would be valuable.
I mean, that's fine.
Senator Ganesh? Right? If you were in some of our meetings. I believe we did this in our retreat. But like, you don't pay us. That's true. I still feel like it's relevant. Okay, I want to propose a question to y'all. Who should be responsible for overseeing, because thus far I have been overseeing the interactions between BCUs and liaisons. I have been more direct in my approach where I just reach out to BCUs directly. And also, I elected y'all because I trust y'all to do this job. So I didn't feel like I needed to be as heavily handed.
So, I mean, technically you do this, because we come to exec and we say how it's going.
Exactly.
That's when we do this.
Exactly.
But you know, finance, oversee our functioning.
If I'm not responsible for training you, who should?
Great question. The first time my committee is working. on this, so. Can I invite writers of committee legal back? The floor.
All right, AJ Carlson, if you would like to give some input on this.
About trainings?
Yeah, no, about specifically who should train senators and how to be liaisons.
Do we have liaisons anymore?
Yeah.
That's exactly my argument.
So,
Only thing-
when I authored, the Camden River Act, we trusted that the liaison committee would satisfy the, constitutional responsibility of the internal vice president to create this liaison function. It was a, legislative workaround in a way. You want to cut it, feel free to cut it. The thing that we have to just worry about if we're gonna do anything is we have to codify just to make sure that we're gonna have something that someone's responsibility, whether it be the Senate's responsibility, someone's responsibility to make sure that parties are being consulted and involved. The more eyes you have on it, the better. As we just learned, that's true every step of the way. So as long as there's something like that, where someone's working together, I think you can write it however you want.
Senator Ganesh?
Okay, I don't think Asian Council listened to what was being said. However, I will can I make a motion to strike? They must.
You can, we are currently
So
in
I
a
make the
motion, but
motion.
you can recommend
Okay.
an amendment.
Okay, perfect. I would like to recommend an amendment to just strike they must also train the senators in how to be liaisons.
Okay,
You do everything else, you oversee it.
how about we do this? We go about passing Senator Butler's motion as is, and then we can revisit this specific clause, and we can make that amendment. Senator Butler, how does that sound? Nice. All right, we're still in discussion. Senator Suk, question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Do you have any objections to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Now the floor is open for your amendment. Senator. Senator Ganesh?
Motion to. Okay. Motion to amend. Law, the whole thing, okay. Article 7, section 2, subsection B. Point J, subsection. Clause J. To, from serve as official overseer and reference for all interactions between Senate liaisons and the DCs, they must also be the senators and party liaisons. 2, serve as the official overseer and reference for all interactions between liaison committee and the BCUs. Full stop. Actually, no, Senate liaisons and the BCUs, but I just realized there are other liaisons, but just that.
Right. I'm gonna try to repeat exactly what you just said. There's been a motion made to amend clause J subsection B from section 2 of Article 7 from God, my brain is dying. From serve as the official overseer and reference for all interactions between the Senate liaisons and their BCUs, they must also train senators in how to be liaisons, to just serve as the official overseer for all interactions between the Senate liaisons and their BCUs. Do we have a second? Senator Suk? Seconded by Senator Suk. We are now discussion. Senator Goodall.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes.
Checking to square.
I'm sorry, Senator Lala?
You can see if it's The way I wrote it down. Like.
I don't see any change, so.
I got you. Bubble and paradise. All right, until that's resolved, let's move on.
So now. recommendations.
And not there, who's saying that this is not, there is,
They're technically a committee then. Is that what y'all were talking about?
Yes. I understand. That's the argument.
You can just make another amendment. right?
That's what the person wants to do, and then you just went on to something else.
Maybe there's a workaround, that's.
I know they're yapping, but I would like to point every.
Like, you know, like.
Just let them finish that. What, can y'all deliberate potentially in AS Main?
Yeah.
Thank you. Somebody write that. Senator Ganesh took a point of personal privilege as well as Senator Law. I would like to now direct everyone's attention to clause A under what is supposed to be subsection C under Article 7, under Section 2, Article 7, which states that the student advocate general shall be responsible for initiating technological and software initiatives to improve AS services and operations in collaboration with the president and internal vice president. How do we feel about keeping this? Senator Wyden, I'm aware that are you still in tech and media services?
Yeah.
Well, yes. How do you feel about this?
Bylaws issue.
You think it's a bylaws issue? Would you like to motion to strike it?
Motion to strike, or is that in section 2? Subsection.
It's supposed to be C. It's supposed to be C.
H.
It's supposed to be C. Whoever wrote this, I'm looking at you, dude, like you're looking weird. I'm sorry.
Oh, you got the motion.
Okay, period. There has been a motion to strike clause H from subsection no, it's just subsection C under section 2 of Article 7. We have a second. Senator Amin.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Amin. We are now in discussion. Senator Chudry. Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Let's go through everything. I'm down to go through everything. Okay, how do we feel about It's 12. Cool. I don't wanna be here till 12, but I feel like they're gonna be yapping until then, so. Okay. I suggest we just like run through this to be as clear as possible. Article 7 has been incredibly contentious. Which I really appreciate looking into each of the executive officers' functions and powers. As stated within the Constitution. I really appreciate everybody for putting in their effort and time into discussion. So under subsection A, under the president's duties, clause A will essentially remain the same as stated in legal code. So will clause B. Clause C is now changed to from deal with all student affairs to more closely address what that means. And it is said, oversee and deal with all undergraduate student affairs, work closely with the offices of the chancellor, executive vice chancellor for student affairs, vice chancellor for administrative services, and every other UCSB administrator and or campus department to advance undergraduate student priorities for policy and funding changes. Since that is an amendment made, I will leave it at that before moving forward. Senator Iden.
Motion to reorder the sub clauses under clause A, section 2, article 7, alphabetically.
All right, there's been a motion. Oh, so this is for all of subsection 1.
Yeah, it's just out, it's out more out alphabetically. There needs to be a motion to read it.
All right. There's been a motion to reorder the clauses under subsection A of subsection 1 of section 2 of article 7 in alphabetical order. We have a second, Senator Amin. Seconded by Senator Amin. We are now in discussion. Senator Tajiri. Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing no objections, we can now reorganize. Senator Ganesh?
Don't hate me. I have another little thing that I just made.
No one's hated, we're just tired.
Thank you, sorry, love you. Motion to change Article 7, section 2, subsection B, subsection J, from serve as official overseer and reference for all interactions between Senate liaisons and BCUs, to aid in the liaisonship between BCUs and their liaisons.
All right, a motion has been made to change clause J under subsection B, subsection 1, section 2 of article 7, from serve as the official overseer and reference for all interactions between the Senate liaisons and BCUs, to what? Serve
To aid the liaison.
to aid the liaisonship between BCUs and their liaisons. We have a second, Proxy Claro, seconded by Proxy Claro. We are now discussion, Senator Wang. Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Can somebody please make that change onto the document? I personally don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't understand why this was changed. 'Cause, like, I don't I think it is much clearer. But it's not my decision. I am discontent. Strike it. Sorry, Martinez? Thought you said something. Okay. All right, let's continue to go down the line, just to make sure we're on the same page. So now we're moving on into subsection B. Clause C or clause E. Serve as the primary representative for undergraduate students on all academic matters, work closely with the Office of the Executive Vice Chancellor and Academic Senate, together with elected senators to advance undergraduate needs. Temperature check, how we feeling? All right. The next being clause E under the same subsection B. Serve at, did I not read that? I read that. Clause G, supervise all departments, commissions, boards, units, committees, or other entities in the executive branch to ensure all entities fulfill their mission in legal code and that all representatives complete their expected duties. Temperature check. How we feeling? I don't want any surprises because I brought this up. Next, clause H, work to identify areas of improvement within the executive branch related to internal processes and efficiency. How we feeling about that? Period. Moving on to the next clause, clause I, be responsible for administering all payments, honoraria to all members of the association. I would like to clarify, not all members of the association receive honoraria. For example, we have units that are paid, like members within units that are paid hourly. Or a stipend, there's both. Also, for executive officers of the association, we receive a stipend as well. So I recommend that we strike just the word honoraria. Senator Iden?
I'd like to hear, Carlson's in the IDP, it's the language be responsible. Does that work? That seems, like it would in our discussions.
Oh. Honor is a special chair.
But that still does not apply to all members of the association.
Can you just say?
I-
Honorary receiving members of the association.
Because
Yeah.
the way that it has worked throughout my chairship of the Senate and my term as internal vice president, I do in fact bug everybody until people get paid. That is fully my job, also as chair of the honoraria committee and also the overseer of internal affairs. Senator Iden?
Motion to strike, subclause I under subsection B, section, 2, Article 7.
You'd like to completely cross it out?
Yes. However,
Yes.
if it's already a responsibility within your office, I don't think I get to the constitution really does anything, and also I'm not a fan of, just like you're responsible for administrating all payments. IVP isn't responsible for administrating all payments, it's the finance team, like, or like.
And our executive director.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to.
Which technically, I, as much as I can work with the executive director, it is up to the president to direct the executive director. T.
You already do this, like.
And I already do this. All right, there's been a motion to strike clause I under subsection B. I don't want to go through the whole thing again of subsection 1 of section 2 of Article 7. Do we have a second? Senator Valenzuela? Senator Valenzuela? Seconded by Senator Valenzuela. We are now in discussion. Senator Amin?
Okay, I'm totally open to discussion, Senator. For completely removing it. Voluntary because it's not in writing that it's the IVP's job, then I'm worried about whether or not that responsibility is gonna get taken care of and honorary is like something that's been difficult to get along with. So it's assigned to one person in specific, and that person's job is in writing, it's gonna get done.
Real quick. So in our units, they have advisors. The advisors are responsible for making sure that their members who receive stipends and hourly wages get paid. All of that goes back to our lovely executive director, and sometimes where is it? Am I tripping? I'm not honoraria, I'm talking about hourly wages and stipends. I'm specifically talking about that. That does not go to your office? I guess, okay, so. Yes?
So whenever we got payments for like
What's your
daily,
name one more time?
I'm Isabella, I'm.
Hi, Isabella.
Hi.
Isabella works in Unit C.
Yeah, I'm a retiree, have been taking it except for tonight, but, so essentially for stipend wages, such as those for KCSB or Daily Nexus who get paid, or no, TBL, who get paid per like story, we receive a stack of that in a requisition from Daily Nexus, and then a check is cut by our admin team. And then for hourly wages, that's through the university because we clock in and out on programs. Yes. So that's university.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Really appreciate it. So it seems it is already codified that it is within my responsibility as internal vice president to review and approve honoraria and bring that to the Senate. So it makes it not only my responsibility as chair of the honorary committee, but also all of y'all's for approval. Yes, Senator Amin.
Sounds like you're agreeing that it should be like.
I'm more so agreeing that it should be cut because it's already codified. It is already in writing. Senator Ganesh?
It's also like bylaws, because you're chairing executive committee and executive committee facilitates delivery of honoraria. So it's written everywhere.
It is written everywhere. It's written in at least like 3 to 4 different places.
Honoraria committee bylaws, your office's bylaws, your personal job description bylaws, everything.
Yes.
Which one? Multiple places.
We are still in discussion.
Yes. So.
Senator Law,
Call question.
question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
Do you have any objections to the consent?
No.
All right, seeing none, motion passes to strike clause I from subsection B, from subsection 1 of section 2 of Article 7. God, I hate this.
Almost there.
We are so close to being done. And I really appreciate all of you for being here and all of y'all's time. So let's continue to run through this. K, O,
Oh, no.
J has just been discussed.
Nothing.
Senator Ganesh,
I promise. Mommy promise is the last one. Okay. Motion to amend, and Ali already has it. So motion to amend J from subsection B, from section 2, from article 7, from what we last wrote was. Or what did we last write? Last we wrote was aid in the liaisonship between BCUs and their liaisons. Amend that to aid in the liaisonship between BCUs and the Senate.
Late for that.
sorry, I really like that.
Thank you.
I agree with it now. There has been a motion to amend Article 7, Section 2, subsection B, subsection clause J, from aid in the liaisonship between BCUs and their liaisons to aid in liaisonship between BCUs and the Senate. Senator Lala?
Part of the second.
Seconded by Senator Lala. We are now in discussion. Senator Butler? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Thank you. That makes so much more sense to me now. And that also is what I do. So I really appreciate it. All right. Clause K, staying the same. Clause L has been changed from be a nonpartisan representative of all undergraduate students at the university to be an impartial representative of undergraduate students at the university. Temperature check.
Yes.
Cool. Now, moving into subsection C. Nothing has been changed other than the removal of clause H, which was an amendment that proposed that the Office of the Student Advocate General be responsible for initiating technological and software initiatives to improve AS services and operations in collaboration with the president and internal vice president. Are we cool with that strike? It seems like we are almost done. I'm so excited. I recommend that we close this as we very closely went through absolutely everything. Senator Iden.
You guys have to edit the yes and no's at the top.
Yes, and okay. Yes, we do have to edit that. Thank you.
I just want to say, I went in there, you guys are fucking monsters. There's nothing left.
That's what I said. But you know what? This is an improvement.
It's a good.
Nobody is taking home a whole bucket of salad.
Okay, put it in the minute.
No, I mean.
Okay, dibs have already been called on the remainder of the bucket of salad. I suggest that in the future, we only get one bucket of salad and not 1.5.
Objection.
Crazy. Crazy. What if we just have all of our Senate meetings in here? I kind of hate flying Remain. Listen.
I said, no, you have a high right now, you know.
I
Most of this is not gonna go like.
I don't have that. I just get to see all of y'all in a much more intimate way than sitting at a table with cool lights in my eyeballs and a faint ringing from whatever's going on in the USEN and then mysterious animals outside. Listen, we get possums, we get raccoons, we get everything.
To be fair, this is like not the most like.
Point of order, let's wrap this up, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, let's wrap this up. Do you have the language to amend the yes and no at the top?
Remove the student advocate general part. You should be fine.
All right. Would you like to make that motion?
No.
Okay, cool. I recommend that someone make the motion to update at the very top where it says wait. No, we didn't. They didn't change anything to strike those changes. Oh, wait. yes and no at the top of this specific, okay, cool. Right on top of Article 7, there is the very specific ballot language that clarifies what a yes and a no is. I recommend that we strike from the yes and no portion, the mention of the student advocate general. Would anyone like to make that motion? To be clear, you'd be striking just the name of the student advocate general in the ballot language. Senator Lala?
Chair, it seems like there's more to reword here than just student advocate general.
Okay, figure that out. I'm gonna take a point of personal privilege. I'm yielding chairship to Senator Butler.
Please wait to be called on. Senator Ganesh? Senator Walla?
So strike the numbers. Which of these, so the student advocate general, no, that doesn't apply. It seems like it will not redefine any responsibilities of the president, so that shouldn't be on there either. The IUP does stand because we're moving the, what is it, from nonpartisan to impartial? So what should we say here? This constitutional amendment slightly redefines responsibilities of the interim vice president? Like, is there a more accurate way of wording them?
Senator Iden?
I just, it's not about whether it's slide or not, it is redefining their powers and responsibilities. We could leave it as it is and just take out the student advocate general part, and that would, get. Actually, no, president, oh. No, it does. It's subject matter.
Senator Lala?
Motion to amend. Was made under the second. Under a resolution to update Article 7 of the Associated Students Constitution. From this constitutional amendment to redefine the responsibility of the Associated Students President, Interim Vice President, and Student Advocate General. 2. This constitutional amendment redefines the responsibilities of the Associated Students President and Internal Vice President.
There's been a motion to amend. A resolution to update Article 7 of the Association of the Constitution. Redefines the responsibilities of the Associated Students President, Internal Vice President, Student Advocate General to this Constitution. Constitutional amendment redefines the responsibilities of the Associated Students President and Internal Vice President. Do I have a second? Senator Ganesh. Seconded by Senator Ganesh. We're now in discussion. Senator Wayne. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question? Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes.
Sure.
Yes.
It's not clear to me whether this would also apply, I forgot to fucking think about this one being looked. Whether this would also apply to a yes vote and no vote, so if I could just remove that, or if I need to make another one.
Yeah, I do think another motion would need to be made because, well, we didn't clarify, in the,
It's a, sorry,
well, did you say like no, like in the no portion?
I did say the wording that was applicable only here, but I did say under clause A, which kind of implies that it A meaning like the A under the thing.
Right.
Kind of
Okay.
implies this would apply to all of them.
I'll yield my chairship back to IVP Pinto for that, so they can make the determination based on that, the ruling.
Bro, I don't even know what's going on. Are we in the middle of a motion or did that pass? Okay, Senator Raiden,
Motion to amend the yes section, to state a yes vote is in favor of redefining the oversight powers and responsibilities of the president and internal vice president.
there's been a motion to amend the ballot language under resolution to update Article 7 of the AS Constitution from a yes vote is in favor of redefining the oversight powers and responsibilities of the president, or vice president, and student advocate general to a yes vote is in favor of redefining the oversight powers and responsibilities of the president and internal vice president. Do you have a second, Senator Lala? Seconded by Senator Lala. We are now discussion. Senator Wayne, question has been called. Do we have any objections? Cool. Now we have to do it for the no. Senator Ganesh?
Motion to amend, section. What did he say? Motion to amend the no section from no vote is in favor of maintaining the current oversight powers and responsibilities of the president, IVP, and the student advocate general, to no vote is in favor of maintaining the current, and we stop moving the person. The current oversight power and responsibilities of the president and the IVP, period.
All right, there's been a motion to amend the ballot language under a resolution to update Article 7 of the AS Constitution from a no vote is in favor of maintaining the current oversight powers and responsibilities of the president, internal vice president, and student advocate general to a no vote is in favor of maintaining the current oversight powers and responsibilities of the president and internal vice president. Do we have a second? Senator Dolly? Seconded by Senator Dolly. We are now discussing. Senator Waidula? Question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. We're getting so close, we're getting so close, we're getting so close, we're getting so close. Senator Iden?
Can you get questions answered of whether or not we want, if we're gonna finish editing this and like remove all the strikes and finalize it, or leaving it as is and submit it?
I think that so all of the clauses still have not been properly organized under subsection A. I know you made that motion. I suggest that we simply make a copy and then vote on that. I feel like that's legal. Yes, Senator Iden?
Can I just motion to remove all strikers?
No. No.
Can I do that?
He's not logged in.
I think that what we should do is, I think that we should remove all boldened language that has been strike through. And literally that's it. Because in terms of clause J under subsection B of Article 7, we all know what we're looking at. That is important because that is the current constitutional language. So I think that we should first, basically everything that is bold and strike through, delete it.
Oh.
Everything that is strike through and bold, which is everything that has been amended and proposed, not everything that is currently in the Constitution.
We still need a record of everything that has been changed on the floor. So the idea is keep it, the elections board will just make a copy and then so even the changes that you guys proposed initially and then you decided to get rid of them, we need that strike through.
That's what I'm saying.
You need every So just pass
Yes,
as is,
pass as is. This then goes to, thank you. This then goes to Chair Clara. He gets to see basically all of our arguments and agreements. And I think that that's beautiful. Senator Amin?
Motion. Copy of winter special elections 2/4/18 to 2/28 election supplement and ballot.
Period. There's been a motion to close Senate review copy of winter special election 2/18 to 2/28 election supplement and ballot language. Do we have a second? Senator Singh. Seconded by Senator Singh. We're now discussion. Senator Ganesh? Senator McCall, do you have any objections? Period. Motion passes. Let's go. This honestly took us way longer, way less long than I thought it would. I'm very proud of y'all. And guess what? We did my method.
I was about to say, towards the end, we did.
We did my method at the end of the day, and guess what? It worked out. At the end of the day, you just gotta trust the chair. Question the chair, don't get me wrong, but trust the chair. Senator Butler?
Motion to pass Senate review copy of winter special election 2/18 to 2/28 election supplement.
There's been a motion to pass the Senate review copy of the winter special election 2/18, 2/28 election supplement and ballot language. Do you have a second, Senator Wang?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Wang. We are in discussion. Senator Amin? Question has been called. Do you have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. I don't think we have to vote on this. I don't think we have to vote on this. It's not a piece of legislation, so we don't need to vote on this.
It is. All right, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Thanks, Parliament.
Yeah, close it and then we approve it.
We already approved it.
But now he does it.
No, it's not a piece of legislation. We don't need to vote. Huh?
Oh, yeah, you're good. You're good. You approved it, you're good.
Yeah, we approved it.
So is it something that you're.
Yes. We are now into the acceptance of the agenda. I feel like people are confused. What is the confusion? Senator Ganesh?
Have it in the middle of whatever the conclusion is, so I can just put that in there. Like, no side conversation.
Okay, okay. Senator Ganesh?
Motion to accept the agenda.
There's been a motion to accept the agenda. Do we have a second? Senator Kadal? Seconded by Senator Kadal. We are now in discussion. Senator Malhees? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Do we have any objections to the consent? The agenda has been accepted. Senator Wang?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Malhees? At what time? There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting at 12:27 a.m. Do we have a second? Senator Chudry? Seconded by Senator Chudry. We are now in discussion. Senator Kadal? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Objections. I rescind my objection.
No. Do you have any objections to the consent? Any objections to the objections to the consent? I need to hear it twice. Right. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody. We did that.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
We did that. Thank you so much for coming out of the team.
Good night, everyone.